for hanging on. Just we're a couple of minutes late. So, happy Christmas, New Year, all that stuff. We'll take that as read. So, diving straight into the meeting, apologies and welcome. I've had apologies from Marcus Hart and Josh Robinson. Are there any others?
Yes, Chairman. We've got apologies from Councillors Richard Tudge, Board Member, Cabinet Members, Councillors Joe Monk, Satinder Bell, Rob Wharton and Alan Amos.
Thank you. Declarations of interest in any party whip? There being none. Public participation?
No, Chairman.
I suspect there might have been if they knew we were meeting this morning. So before we go into the substantive item this morning, which is budget scrutiny, I just want to say a couple of things. First of all, to the members of the board who attended a pre-meet where it had been suggested that there would be a statement written on behalf of the administration and read out to the meeting today. That is not going to take place. It would have been, I'm told, 10 minutes, and I didn't think that was justified. Instead, whatever would have been said this morning will go out in an email to all members of the council today. The second thing I wanted to say just about the meeting today, and welcoming everybody. It's really great to see so many people here. This replaces, if you remember, a briefing session that we had identified for this morning. When we met last time in here for the briefing in December, for the first time, I think many of us realised that actually the budget this year would be taken in two stages. The first stage would involve savings and looking at the capital budget, and that will take place next Thursday in full council here. And then later on in February, we'll get to what we usually see as the budget itself, but predicated on the decisions that had been made next week. At the briefing in here in December, I raised concerns about where Scrutiny would be involved in this process. The board met a few days later, and the board felt very strongly that we should have an opportunity to discuss and examine the proposed savings before the January budget meeting, before next Thursday. I met up with Phil and Steph and others to see if that were possible. It immediately became clear that it was going to be difficult because of the Christmas hiatus. But we realised today's date had been established as a briefing session, and many of us would have had it in our diaries. And it seemed more sensible to go with that than to try to find a date later this week, which didn't necessarily have the same amount of commitment to it because people would have been doing other things on those days. So we took the decision to go with today and replace the briefing session with OSPB, which means today it's going to be something of a hybrid meeting. It is an OSPB meeting, but I'm going to allow Phil to present longer than we would usually allow him to, and we will certainly involve everybody who's come here today hoping to ask their questions beyond just the board. So if you like, I'm trying to reach out beyond what we might usually do. There was an email or two flying around before Christmas, which I found really quite upsetting. And I and others have established today's meeting in good faith and the best we could come up with within the timescale presented to us. It does finally lead me to think a little bit about the relationship between OSPB and the Cabinet, and particularly myself and the leader of the Council, and how we might avert this sort of thing happening in future by planning ahead rather than OSPB Scrutiny having to fit in with someone else's timetable, which is very, very tight in this circumstance. So that's the point of the meeting today. I'm going to invite Phil in a second to present what he might have said if it were a briefing today. And then I think we're going to focus in various parts. We're going to look at this proposed savings, which we found on page, whatever page it is, page 3. We're going to have a chat about the capital budget. We're going to have a quick chat about future savings that might be achieved, which aren't in the papers today. and how the panels might play a role in that. Have I missed anything, board members?
Potential areas for revenue generation which aren't in the papers.
Yeah, so I think I just said that. So savings in revenue generation beyond what's proposed today, and the panels might have a look at that in the next few weeks. Right, without further ado, Phil, the floor's yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. I'll just take you through the paper. I won't go in huge amount of detail. You've got it. It's a long report, but I'll touch the salient points, and particularly on the provisional local government settlement. But first of all, I'll start the current position at period 8, the end of November. The council is, obviously, all members are aware that we're using 33.6 of EFS and up to 15 million reserves. And at this point in the year, we're not using all those reserves, so we're using 12.5 million, but there are pressures predominantly in children's, which is getting slightly worse, and adults, and that has an impact on the future 26-27 budget that we have to make right in terms of that. So that's a pressure that's alluded in terms of that, and that comes into the report as well. Just touching on the savings, so for 25-26 we had 12.5 million savings. 95% of those are currently green, so that's pleasing to do. So we will deliver those in full, but that's pressure in terms of we need more savings in the future years in terms of that. So there's pressures going forward in terms of that moving forward. And then when I start touching on, before I get into the provisional settlement, about risk, budget assurance and external audit. So council on the 6th of November, we had our external auditors there. We've had our accounts have been signed off, which is great news, so we can focus going forward. But there was 2 key recommendations around the budget. So the council needs to, the first one was the council needs to work at pace to address its significant budget pressures and reduce reliance on exceptional financial support and its very limited reserves, and agree a reserves replenishment plan. And the second key recommendation was the council should urgently implement the savings and transformation programme at scale and at pace to address the significant budget gap and reduce reliance on EFS. It should assure savings are sufficient to address MTFP gaps and put mitigation plans in place in case of slippages. So the auditors effectively saying, similar to what I'm saying, is this council needs to make sure that we can live within the budgets that we've got and reduce our reliance on EFS, which is one-off. So that is really important as we move forward. Then touching on to the final settlement, so that was announced on the 17th of December, and I've done a few briefings around this, but in terms, it's a good news in terms of the first multi-year settlement in over a decade. So that's good. We know where 3 years funding's coming from, so that's helpful. I think the settlement is reduced. There's a redistribution of funding. It's probably over the last 25 years. So the grants, there's 36 grants being consolidated into 4 grants. So less reliance on specific grants. So that's helpful. But when you look at the settlement over the next 3 years, there are really some big winners and there are some really big losers in terms of this. And reasons for that is the government's continued with the recovery grant that was meant to be one-off, so that was 600 million nationally, so that's having an impact on the settlement. And there are a large number of funding floor payments, so some authorities get guaranteed 95% of funding. We're not one of those. So when you look at the 3-year settlement, there's going to be a really big cliff edge at the end of 28-29. And an example for us locally with the LGR on the horizon, Wychavon District Council, they'll get 5.5 million protection payment in 28-29, and when you look at that for the rest of the whole districts as well, that's about 7.2 million. So there is a cliff edge. If the formula goes into full into the after 28-29, they will lose some funding. We do not get any income protection over the 3 years, which is helpful. But when you look at the increase in grants compared to what we were assuming, so previously we used to get about £12 million, 10 to £12 million a year for adult social care, children's. We got 6.9 million compared with 25-26, which was about 7 million worse than our MTFP calculations. And that was predominantly because the government changed the recovery grant into ongoing funding for the next 3 years. So we only had that on the 17th of December. I think what I'd highlight to members now, with there's figure 1 in the report, is what's called core spending power for the next 3 years. So when you look at that figure 1, you go, okay, that's good, isn't it? So when you look at 25-26, there's 548 million for the council, then it goes up to 576 in 26-7 and going all the way through, and you go, okay, that's quite good, isn't it? So you look at the change in that core spending power, and it's about 28. So you're looking at 28.6 million a year, 24 million a year. That's great. Oh, that's good. We're getting, when you take the council tax assumed at 5% out of that equation, we get 6.9 million in 26-27, 1.3 million in 27-28, and essentially 1.1 million. So that's to deal with adults, children's, homeschool trap, 1.1 million. That's not going to keep pace with the challenges that we've got. And so we know that for the 3 years. And of the 6.9 million increase.
Sorry to interrupt, could you just tell us what slide you're looking at? Because we're all frantically, when you're reading numbers, I like to have a look at the papers in front of me, please.
If you go to page in the Cabinet report, if you go to page... paragraph number 37 in the report. So that's got the core spending power over the MTF period in terms of that. So you can see see those figures there, and the bit at the bottom is assuming the actual increase, excluding council tax. So that's where I'm getting the 6.9, the 1.3, and the 1.1 million from. So as you can see, that's not great in terms. And to be fair, there's some county councils that have got negative. So we've done sort of better than others. Some are worse in terms of that. And of that 6.9 million increase, 2.9 million of that funding is new children's funding for prevention. So you cannot use that to offset against current pressures. So effectively our increase is around 4 million compared to last year's CSP. So that's where we are in terms of for the next 3 years. And then you start thinking about where do the pressures coming from. So as a council, external auditors are concerned that we haven't got a deliverable transformation plan at this point. The demand for services continue to increase. I won't touch on huge on DSG, but that's an issue for us as well. And we need our current position. We need to continue with EFS, so we need to look differently of how when that's something that will come back to Cabinet in February around how do we need to do that forward. We need to think about how we deliver services in a different way, ready for LGR in terms of that moving forward. So then when you look at the current context of where you are, and I'll just get to the which shows the budget in detail, and I'll just pull the slide number out for you so you can go to that. If you look at table 9 and it's just after paragraph 80, that probably is the best that summarises where we are in terms of the council funding at the moment. So sorry, not table 9. I'll move forward. Sorry, just after paragraph 114, that summarises it a little bit better. So it's table 16, the indicative budget gap for 26-27. So when you start in terms of where we're going forward, we've got net recurrent pressures, which is the base issues within adults and children of 23.9 million. Then we've got to replenish the 33.6 million of EFS, because that is one-off. We have to replenish the 15 million use of reserves in the budget that was supporting the budget. So that's another 15 million. And then we've got the new pressures. So we've got service pressures of around 108 million. We've got external funding in terms of changes in collection fund, some base changes to grant funding. So there's other pressures within some of the grants that are going there. So the total pressures for the council is 111 million. Currently, we're assuming council tax of 4.99%, so we get another 18 million for that. The council tax base is increased, so there's a 3.6 million for that. There's additional funding for children's prevention, grant changes in the RSG, and we've got 9 million savings, so we've got 39 million to increase those pressures. So the gap that we've got at this point in time is at 71.9 million pounds. So that's at this current place, we have to fund that via EFS in terms of that. So that shows the scale of where we are. So the gap is huge, so we need to address that moving forward. Obviously, there's a national approach to that. So and Appendix 3 of the report, so that those 9 million savings, and we'll come back to those later, they're detailed in the report. So there's 9 million savings in terms of that. One of the largest savings is 2 million relates to the 2025 actuarial.
We'll come to that in a bit.
Yeah.
So you can skip over this.
Okay. So, but just touching on that, given the urgent need for savings and 9.1 million of a council this size, and 9.1 million is not enough. So obviously the only viable route is either you increase income, which is council tax, because that's the only other area we need to do that, or you make savings. So that's where we are at this point in time. I think the MTFP goes forward, so it goes how challenging the next 3 years are going to be. So when you look at the gap in 26-27 is 71.9 million, then it rises further 94 million, and then it rises again to 119 million because of the EFS. It's all one-off money, so we need sustainable savings that are ongoing, and we need sustainable income. So that's an area of council tax in terms of that. The report also goes on in terms of our reserves, so I'm not proposing we use any reserves to balance the budget. We need to protect those at the moment. So at the end of 25, we had 93 million reserves. They will go down to 77 this year, then they'll carry on going down to 50, and by the MTFP period, it'll be around 39 million. So they're going down at a rate of knots as well, so that is a concern for me as well. And then going through in terms of the next stage of the process, so obviously we knew we had to go for exceptional financial support and council tax flexibility, and obviously that decision will be by members at full council, but that's the process we had to set from the government. I've been working with them all year. We had to put in writing to government of EFS, so I put a submission in on the 12th of December before the provisional settlement. So we were applying for effectively EFS and exceptional financial support and council tax flexibility up to 9.9%, which will generate £18 million worth of extra if that was approved. But as I will reiterate, that will be a member decision. It's just giving you the opportunity to see where we are. And there are criteria around that. So effectively, last year in 25-26, the council tax principles were applied to Somerset, Trafford, Birmingham, Windsor and Maidenhead, Newham and Bradford. So they had dispensations to say, okay, given the pressures you've got on adults and children's, and your council tax base is low, your rate is low, government allowed them to go above the referendum limit. So I've applied for that, and we'll get that notification back from government around about the 20th of February. So hence why the budget setting meetings are going to be the 26th of February around that, because members, you can't make a decision until government say you're allowed to do this, because you can't go above the 4.99%. So, and then I will reiterate, any decision on council tax is a member decision. It's just officer advice around how we do that, but that would generate £18 million a year in terms of that. So I think if I get members to look at probably Appendix 8 of the report, there's a letter that I wrote in the Cabinet. I wrote to Nico Heslop, and there's a graph in there in terms of what that council tax would be. If we went for the 9.9, we would still be below the average of county councils. So just slightly below, but we are really low in terms of that. So it's just that evidence base around that, the criteria is there. I don't know what the government will say in terms of that, but we'll see. But that would be ongoing funding a year. So my advice is your Section 151, if government did that, that would reduce our EFS request by 18 million. So instead of being 72 million, it would just be over 50 million, which is a bit more sustainable because we are borrowing for revenue purposes. And I think in terms of, finally from me, in terms of that, and there's been members want, a Section 114 is definitely not the answer. I think that's not the right way to go through. We need to work collectively together, deliver the savings, deliver the transformation, and agree some of the savings on capital today around, and we go through to council to try and get the budget that we can set in terms of the 26th of February in terms of that. So I'll pause there, but I'm happy to take further questions, but that's giving you a brief overview.
Well, that's really, really helpful. Could you just confirm what you said to me recently, that everything in this great big paper pack we've got has been delivered to us already? Is there anything new in this pack that we haven't seen?
I think we had the budget seminar on the 9th, so there was a lot of detail in there. That was circulated to all members. Then this was circulated again from your note, Chair. And then I've been doing notes on the autumn statement. I've done notes to all members on the provisional settlement. So members have had it in various forms. The Cabinet report brings all that information together around that and then goes that forward. And the last thing I'd probably say is I would give members just to read the final risk analysis around that. So obviously for me as a Section 151, I've got to do what's called a Section 25 statement that looks at the risks that the council have got.
Phil, forgive me, that's a long answer to a very straightforward question. Have members received the information that contains within this pack
Yes.
already?
Yes.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Well, can I just point of clarification then, if I may? Because at paragraph 38, the Council's corporate plan priorities remain to champion open for business, support children and families, protect the environment and promote health and well-being. I wasn't aware that we'd actually adopted a plan for this council. Now, whilst I take on board that we've had Christmas and every other challenge, this pack of papers, if you're watching this from the webcast, was presented to us this morning at just after 9:30. Now, we might have had all the information and we had an email to say follow the link, but to follow the link online is quite difficult when it's a set of figures and you're wearing glasses, and I think I speak for everybody, please speak up, but I think these papers are rather late to present to us to do proper scrutiny. So my first point, and thank you Jenny, my first point is around the corporate plan. When did we adopt it? What paperwork's been pushed out regarding this? And can I have clarification, please? Because I would like, unless they're just adopting the Conservative plan and reinventing it, and I'd like clarification that you're very comfortable with doing that, please. Thank you.
Can I just reinforce that point? Because I think it's echoed by all board members. We would usually expect a new administration of whatever colour to present their aims and ambitions, their objectives, their strategy, and then from that point, the horse and the cart right way round, you would then expect to see policies with areas of disinvestment, increased investment to support that broader strategy. Now, it's really a political question, I think. So I'm going to look at the politicians, because I think really it's for the administration to explain their priorities and how this underpins those priorities. Justin.
Thank you, Chair. And I completely agree with the points around having it late isn't helpful. In terms of corporate plan, the corporate plan to date has been dealing with the financial emergency and actually coming to terms with the scale of the problems that we face. The corporate plan, in the first instance, is to get a balanced budget. Once we've dealt with that, then we can really start to formulate across directorates the plans going forward. You've already seen examples of some of the things that we're trying to do, but the first and most important issue to begin with is to deal with this financial emergency.
And thank you for that, for stepping in to answer that question, Councillor Bowen. And I understand the challenges having sat in the previous Cabinet. But the previous Cabinet went for extraordinary financial support of 33 million. You're going for 70 million. Now, in view of all of that and the potential, as I read the papers, a 10% council tax rise, having gone out on the headline that you're going to make all the cuts you can and make us more financially viable, are you really comfortable with the approach that your administration is taking?
Now, that would have been a question for the leader without any shadow of a doubt. But Justin, if you're happy to go with it, I do appreciate you having a go at it, because you could duck that one. Okay, Justin.
So I'll give you my full answer. There's a number of issues that we've got to tackle. The auditors that we heard from set out that we've got to tackle significant weaknesses in this council of financial management, performance management, transformation of services, and saving money. That's the legacy that we've been left with that we've got to tackle. So for me, there are two things that we can do at the moment, and we've been able to do so far. In terms of transformation of services, We're already doing that. So, and I'll use the example that I know best, which is children and families. The big overspend in that is one of the key reasons we're in the financial mess we're in. And that overspend is being driven by the number of children that are in residential children's homes. That number has gone up from, if I've got my figures right in my head from memory, 87 in 2020 to 167 in 2025. So that number equates to, if you look at an additional 80 children in residential children's homes, at the average cost of about 350 grand a year. That's about 25 million. Now, in order to change that, you've got to change children's services. So one of the problems we identified was with the capacity, our capacity to look after children had fallen from, if you take foster homes, 193 in 2020 to 113, 80 children. The difference in those two scenarios, where you've got 80 more children in residential care costing 25 million plus, compared to if those children had been in foster care, which would have been about 2.5 million, those are the systemic issues that we've been left with, and I'm not going to play politics with that, I'm just going to give you those facts that we've got to address. So, how do you change that? If you take foster care, we immediately gave that 7.25% increase in the fostering fee. We completely restructured it. Those changes alone have resulted, we've already got 10% more foster carers than we had, 6 months ago. So that's how you deal with those underlying problems. You have to tackle the issues at the source of the issue. So that's a really big part of what we're doing. Now, what we don't have, and I'll just come to the last bit. So we're having to deal with those issue by issue in the financial emergency that we're in. As we deal with those issues, they will support tackling the financial emergency alongside that big 70 plus million EFS. So it has to be both. And, the idea that you can suddenly come up with this great plan that's going to fix everything, I'm afraid is for the birds. We are addressing the problems and we'll continue to do that.
Can I, Chairman, just come back? And I appreciate the answer that you've just given, and that's around £8 million overspending children's, and we've got other significant overspends with adults, etc. But at the end of it, you speak a lot about the money, but not the outcomes. And when you talk about the 10% increase in fostering, when you look at the numbers, it's not a great increase, is it? You will agree with me on that. And we all aspire for the best outcomes for our families. But coming back to this set of papers, one of the things that I have just picked up on is the contractive inflation of £17.7 million. Now, that's under your shout. What's happening with that, please?
Okay, an inquiry, but I think it's worthy of some... So we're going to go into that now because it is included in the papers. It's not quite where I want to go in terms of...
It is, because the children's home contracts, etc., will be built into this £17.7 million in contract inflation. Okay. And if the Cabinet members just highlighted to me what a good job they're doing in addressing this, why have we got contract inflation at 17.7 million?
Okay, so contract inflation, I guess, across the piece, really, wherever you might look. What is going on there? What's creating that inflation pressure?
So... I can't answer in terms of children's. I've got colleagues who might be able to answer if there are other areas you want to know about. But in terms of children's, the big financial pressures in terms of contracts are literally the cost of care. Now, those contracts, most of those will have been in place since the Conservative administration. So...
No, Councillor, coming back to this, this is contract inflation.
Chair, am I allowed to answer? Or?
You are, of course, allowed the decency of a full opportunity to answer. So, Karen, would you just desist for a moment, please, and let Justin finish?
So
I'll let you come back.
So, in terms of those contracts, a a lot of those are already in place. Now, the costs going forward, residential care, and I think there are, and Adam might be able to clarify for me, but there are regional, there's regional purchasing for some of these contracts, but those costs are going up and up and up, being driven by factors that are completely out of our control. For example, a really simple one is the national insurance increase that was brought in by the government. That's pushed up the costs of in residential homes, and therefore the purchases go up. So we can only deal with what we can deal with. We can tackle the systemic and the structural problems that we've inherited. And just going back to your original point of 10% increase, as I understand it, that's the largest single year increase for many, many years in fostering homes. So you can play politics all you like. I can give you facts, but the problems we've got are there are no quick fixes. So everything that we're doing is trying to resolve those underlying problems.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not playing politics. I'm trying to get to the root, the base of why we've got £17.7 million increase in contracts. Now, 18 months ago, the national insurance increase was introduced, and you are pushing this back to us, as the previous administration, to say this is because of contracts. I would say to you, whoever's negotiating the contracts needs to look again at the terms of the negotiation. Because I would not be signing up to £17.7 million estimated contract increase, inflation and increases. But thank you for answering the question, and I do appreciate your attendance this morning. Thank you.
Justin, thank you. It seems that we're going to be turning to you quite a lot this morning, which isn't something you would necessarily prepared for. But we are grateful for your candour and your contribution. Can we try very hard not to say, I'm not making a political point, but we're all tempted to say that, whichever side of the council we may live in. So can we just try so when you're talking about a previous administration, you're also talking about a previous set of officers, directors, who are the same by and large as today. They haven't changed. So if we're going to go into that sort of description, can we tread carefully, because it's just going to create a row, isn't it? It just opens up old wounds, and I can understand that. Now, I've got half a dozen people who want to speak. I'm only going to ask those who want to speak specifically about inflation in contracts. Paul, is that for you?
It is, Chair. Just to come back and try and give some clarity. Absolutely, we are focused on trying to reduce our contract cost, and you will have heard this. All members in the chamber will have heard this. Obviously, we used to call it category management. I'm sure Karen will remember that, where you try and press down and up the productivity, effectively the bang for the buck you get from your contracted costs. As you've heard, and I'm sure you would get from similar portfolio holders or the directors from previous years and the same today, the conditions are the same, is that if anything, the pressure is to increase cost. And if you look in your personal life and across the country generally, what cost of things is going down? Your mobile phone contract, has it ever gone down? Your broadband contract, your gas bill, your electric bill, the cost of the NHS, all of these things, they're going one way. They are not going down. So we do try and drive down the cost, but the reality of the current economic state of the world, effectively, is inflation is tending to push things up. And you can see that with food costs and Bank of England, anything you look at. Then adding on top things like the additional cost for things like the real living wage that has been brought in, and the changes to the statutory living wage. Lots of the things that we're buying actually employ people at that level. And so it hits us disproportionately more than it would if you were in a different business sector. And similarly with fuel cost, again, you know, the fuel costs on petrol and diesel are significantly higher than they were a number of years ago. The problem is if we just just remove the growth element, and this has been done in the past, is we end up then in year with an overspend, because the prices are the prices. You know, if we can't get the cost of fuel down, or we can't get the cost of labour down, then the reality is we have to pay, and it leads to the overspend. And so there is always this focus on, can we change the amount of growth that needs to go in and push that down? Yes, you can do that to set a budget. The problem is your outturn will end up different to what you've budgeted for. And what we're trying to do here is be much more clear about, this is the true growth we think we will need.
Thank you.
Just for the benefit, sorry, Chairman.
This
I'm
is
sorry
the
to
fifth
jump in.
intervention.
I know, but just for the benefit of somebody watching this on the webcast, this is 20%, almost 20% of the investment and pressures on this council for 26-27. That's the magnitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Right. I'm still going to, I've got a list of people, but I'm only going to invite those who want to talk specifically about this contract inflation before I move on to other points that people have indicated they want to talk about. Carl, is it about...
There are several that want this.
Yeah, if you could talk specifically about contract inflation, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Chair. Just for highways within E&I, the contracts are in line with indices, and so that is not something that we're able to move away from. It's something that was agreed previously. Home to school contracts are separate to that, and what I would wish to point out again to council is in-year savings. There's a review of said contracts of close to 5 million that are being used to offset other areas. So that's my point specifically on this. Thank you.
Oh, that's helpful. Richard, you promising me it's about...
Yeah, absolutely. It's far be it from me to rush to the defence and support of the administration, but I think I can do on this occasion, because we're dealing with contract inflation issues, basically on legacy issues from previous administrations, which chose to privatise and outsource most public services which were previously done in-house. Consequently, the cost of the contracts is increasing higher than inflation, as it's something which you can no longer control. So my question is, is there any advantage or benefit and savings which could be made from bringing some of those services back into house? A classic example would be the 4 children's homes we closed in the previous administrations and put those children into more expensive, profit-making businesses out of county as a consequence. And as a consequence, we've got higher costs.
Would you like to have a go at that? It's your world.
I'll have a go at that. So it would be a long conversation if I spoke to the rationale behind the closure of those children's homes, but fundamentally a major part of that was the fact that they weren't able to operate to their desired function. That was the rationale behind it. So logically, I've got no argument with you whatsoever. It makes more sense that we operate our own children's homes for the obvious cost reductions associated with that. We currently operate 2 short breaks units, and an additional 4-bedroom home as well, and we see that in play. I'm in discussions at the moment with regard to opening. Please don't quote me. A 3-bedroom house. Whether or not we operate it as a 1-bed, 2-bed or 3-bed home is another conversation altogether. But these are discussions that we're having alongside the ICB, because it's for the cohort of children who frankly cost us the most money with regard to external placements. Cohort that are pre-CAMS, incredibly high needs and complex behaviour. These are not easy discussions to have, and I'm having those discussions with the ICB, who from a financial perspective are not in the best place at this moment in time, as everyone is aware. These are ongoing discussions that we have. We keep these under consideration. What's important to remember is that when you open a children's home, to be blunt, the operation of that children's home falls to the registered manager, not to me. So to make the point I'm trying to make here, I can't say to that registered manager, you will place that child, and that child, because they're costing us £25,000 a week. That's in the registered manager's gift. That makes it sound like I want to be a dictator. I don't. But it's a difficult balance sometimes to strike. So the employment of the right staff is critical to this. It's something that we are continually exploring. I've just given you an example of that. And the other thing that we're exploring on a continual basis is potential partnerships with external providers as well, because with that we can get some cost reductions associated with it. I could talk all day about what we're doing.
I think that's a panel discussion to be had, really. Justin, anything to add to that point?
Yeah, just to say, well, two things. I mean, it was over 25 years ago, I was running a children's home in Worcestershire, which subsequently got closed down. So you're preaching to the converted in terms of the value of in-house children's homes. And if I had the money... Sorry? Well, if you remember Way, Richard, that was when I was running. And so if I had the money, we would open... we could get the staff, we'd open half a dozen tomorrow. I look enviously at other local authorities where they have 6, 7, 8, 10, but we don't have that. But there is also a middle way. So we've talked about plans, and you probably know I could, like Adam, talk all day on this, but one of the things that we are doing is that in terms of children in residential children's homes, there is an alternative for many of them, if we have the capacity, which is for therapeutic foster homes. So foster homes where you have really highly skilled specialist foster carers alongside a package of really good therapeutic support. It's an intermediate level, if you like, an alternative to children's homes. And we're working really hard now to build our capacity there, because that actually, if we can do that, and just to I'll give you some real ballpark figures, you could probably, for a child to live in one of those homes, will cost somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 compared to, per child per week, compared to 7,000 plus in a children's home. So not only is it better for the children to be in those homes, it's better for the taxpayer as well. So that's our big drive now, because actually that's far more achievable than opening a load of children's homes, which we don't have the money and actually is really complicated and difficult. So watch this space, if you like, for that being tackled over the coming months. And I'll have plenty more to say on it in the months to come. So thank you.
Thank you, Justin, again. So I've got on my list Jenny, Andrew and Ian. And after those three have spoken, I'm going to take the meeting to the savings, that because it's going to be 11 o'clock and we won't really got going yet. So, Jenny, you're next. You can, whatever you wanted to say.
Thank you. Actually, most of that has been covered, what I was saying, but I just want to, for context, I just want to say that these children in residential homes, I obviously don't know their individual circumstances, and it could be that some of them, that is the best place for them, that they could not be managed in foster homes. I don't know. But for context, you can send a child to an independent boarding school for £60,000 a year, education with it to boot. Now, I know there are additional costs to that, but if an independent private school can do it at a much reduced cost and providing education, then surely we must be able to do it as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. My questions have been answered in discussion.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pick up on the contract inflation, and I want to echo what Councillor Perks has already said. With waste disposal in the county, that contractual inflation is locked into the contract, and we're not going to be in a position to renegotiate that to 2029.
Seb, you were indicating you wanted to say something.
Yeah, it was just about the contract inflation, and Happy New Year to everyone. I think I'll start on that vein. My confusion is, and it is precedent at other authorities, that contracts can be called in for renegotiation earlier. In June of last year, the leader, who isn't here, so I'm happy to have this in writing, pledged to establish a Doge unit in Worcestershire County to root out waste and misuse of contracts. What's happening? We're at a budget now, we've got contract inflation, they're not being renegotiated. Can we have an update on what is actually being renegotiated, and is this actually the greatest value of inflation?
Okay, Seb, I do recall that conversation. Justin, I don't expect an answer today. I think the question was really, can we have a response, maybe circulated to all members? Because if the pledge had been delivered to everybody, then the answer needs to go to everybody rather than just us. So could you facilitate that, Justin? Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I really, well, I'll be in, if it's a really quick one. Okay, just a quick one.
In light of what Seb's just said then, would you be agreeable for someone from HQ to come in and assess all the cuts that we can do? Is that what you want then? Is that okay?
No, this is the trouble with this council.
Reform HQ.
You scratch the
You've
surface.
asked when they're coming in. Are we agreed they can come in?
Okay. Gentlemen.
No, with the books.
Gentlemen, can I just remind you go through the chair as a courtesy?
Okay.
Can I just encourage everybody again? I'm conscious that you just scratch the surface and immediately, things get tricky. Can we just all be very careful not to use the language which is likely to inflate that situation? I don't think it's unreasonable for Seb's request to be taken forward as an action from this meeting, because I recall that same comment by the leader before, and I don't think that needs to develop any further than that this morning. I'm going to turn now in my copy, when I was looking at this last night, it's Appendix 3. But you can find the same detail at the bottom, at point 3 of the agenda, so the second side of the agenda today. So the Cabinet, I'm looking at the Cabinet report, I'm looking at the second page, point 3 para, and a whole list of savings. So that's where I'm going to take you now. If you want to look at the detail about those savings, you can find them in Appendix 3, which I've got on my screen in front of me. The weakness in this report
Chair,
is that...
apologies. I had 2 points still to make. You said you'd come back to me.
Could you be really quick? Because we've got a lot of work to do yet.
The nomenclature of overspend, that has incredibly negative connotations. I just want to point out that across the directorates that we're referring that overspend to, they are demand-led statutory services by government. It is not due to negligence. I want to make that point very clear. And the last is just with regards to the corporate plan. A certain irony is that we were discussing it last night. It is in hand. I don't want people leaving here thinking that it's not. Thank you.
That opens up a whole new set of questions about how inclusive that corporate plan will be in its construction. Will it go out to public consultation? Will all members have a chance to have an input? But we're not going to go there this morning. But it begs loads of questions, doesn't it? You can't just do it privately one night and say that's the corporate plan sorted. It needs to be far more inclusive than that, and I'm sure you'll be accepting that point. Right. We're going to go down the list of savings. Appendix 3 gives you the details, if you can find it. I was about to say the weakness in this paperwork is that it has no numbers at the bottom of the page to help. You've got numbers in different sections, but not overall numbers, so that's quite tricky to navigate. But in my copy, it's Appendix 3, if you want to look at the details. It coincides with the same list that you've got on the second side of the Cabinet paper, if you like. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite the panel chairs, and in their absence, the vice chairs, to lead on the discussion on each of these areas. It's going to take a while, so can we keep our points quick and the answers quick as well? So point A is a consolidation of adult replacement care provision, brackets learning disabilities. Now, this is for Mel to lead on. So you lead on it, Mel.
Chair, good morning all, and thank you. Yeah, this refers to adult replacement care provision, and this decision has already been made. It was a Cabinet member decision, and it has also been to the Scrutiny panel this year, so it is up to date. And as a panel, we didn't have any further challenge against the Cabinet member decision at the time. And but yeah, just obviously it just a brief summary for the purposes of people who don't know, it talks about the relocating replacement care services from Worth Crescent, Stourport and Station Road, Pershore to Greenhill Lodge, Worcester, and relocating Worcester Resource Centre into the remaining space within Greenhill Lodge, Worcester. And essentially, a lot of the other builds, that they're not really fit for purpose, and I think the move maybe should have been made before. But essentially, it is a good move. It's a central location, and I know it's not ideal for people who are having to move there, but it is fairly accessible. And I've been to Greenhill Lodge several times myself, and it is a good facility. So I think this decision's already been made, so there isn't really anything further to add.
Mel, thank you. Just to remind everybody that it achieved £67,000 of savings, if I'm reading that right. So some of the list has already been done and completed, and this one and the next one is the same, but it's still worth some investigation just to see. So I'm going to move to Seb now. Car parking charges at countryside centres. It's been done, I'm told. It's completed in 2019. So how's it? Anyway, Seb, I don't want to steal your thunder.
Yeah, I suppose that's my query, is if it's already been done, why are we including it in the saving for this budget coming up? I don't think this report gave any explanation as to why that is. I did, Chair, have a recommendation that perhaps it goes to the health scrutiny panel, because it talks about park run and things like that, and how much of a barrier to exercise is that. I think we're very aware the Director of Public Health has always encouraged us to get out and get moving, but I don't think we've looked at the impact of that. Again, to me, it seems in the commentary that an awful lot of it is spending and cost spending. So I'd really like clarity as to how this is actually a saving, because we're doing a large outlay and it's from, what, 6 years ago?
£90,000 worth of savings in my copy, completed in 2019, and the summary included Appendix 3A.
Chair, that was the appendix. The impact assessment was completed in 2019. This hasn't been done yet. It's a proposal.
So that changed everything then. So I'll pretend I didn't say that. That's gone. But so a lot of the commentary then is spending. You know, installation of machines, signage, and the one that really queried is legal services for enforcement. If we're cutting staff and getting rid of budget vacancies, are we going to recruit new people to enforce that? What's the impact on County Hall car parking? I don't think this can be used as an encouragement for people to work from home if that's not the direction of travel of this council. So I'd really like to know, how is this a saving when we're having to do so much upfront cost to enforce this?
Jay, I can answer that. This, in terms of a proposal that we put forward previously, they've not moved on in relation to increasing the car parking charges at countryside centres. There will be some capital investment that will need to actually enact this, but it will be a revenue saving that will be ongoing into future years if we were to enact this.
Mark, have you factored in the additional costs in terms of enforcement of legal services?
I think that'll be part of the work that we'll do to implement it, really, in that sense, in terms of understanding what that will be and what that will look like.
Can I just come back then?
Of course.
Chair thing. Really important then, and it's quite a direct question. Will the savings therefore be met by LGR, and when we're no longer an authority? I don't think we can be doing savings, although Councillor May is probably wanting to come in here. Why are we doing savings to get us to a better position then, doing a huge initial cost to make savings years to come when we won't be an authority, we won't be here?
That's a question that may percolate through quite a lot this morning. Karen,
yeah,
are you
thank
going to
you
answer
very much.
that question?
Yeah, it is regards to this question. So what's the payback period on the installation of the double yellow lines that's going to be required, the ANPR equipment, and every other action that's going to have to be taken to enforce this? What will be the payback period, the actual cost? How are you factoring that in? And the other thing is, I read further in here that we're doing further leasing of Wildwood. So with further leasing of Wildwood and the restrictions that are currently underway with car parking at the old County Hall and with the demolition of the building, that will be further enhanced. What about a master plan in terms of car parking as a whole, please?
Anyone fancy that? I think it's some perfectly reasonable questions there. Paul will go in the absence of anybody else.
It is reasonable. Clearly, the council at the moment is not responsible for car parking. So if you look at the actual proposal, it is only on the land that we own. So it's about the countryside centres. It's not about anywhere else. So it's a very specific proposal about a singular or a small number of car parks, particularly the one that's in Worcester opposite Wildwood. So it's nothing to do with Wildwood as a building. It's nothing to do with County Hall. It's to do with those. It's to do with those car parks. The position that, as I understand it on here, is that these are the net incomes after you've paid for everything else. We can do the background paper, but that's what we would be expecting to be making. And the point about whether or not we should be projecting savings for future years, unfortunately, the legislation at the moment still hasn't changed. So we are required to do a 3-year MTFP. Obviously, within the 3 years, we may not be a council, but of course, we've not had any decision from government. They could quite easily walk away. And so we have to plan on the principle that we will still be here. If we're not here, then of course the new council can make whatever decision they want. They can override it and do something different. But we have to plan. If it gets delayed by a year, if it gets delayed by 18 months, we have to be in a position where we brought forward. Otherwise, we'd just say, well, we'll just live on EFS until we no longer exist.
So
we can't do that.
Hang on, Karen. There's a few folks who
But it was impertinent to that point. You've just said we're not responsible for car parking, but you're talking about leasing out Wildwood. Now, Wildwood, there's restrictive parking, so that calls into question our policy about remote working and our call for get people back into the building. Does
No, because they can park at County Hall.
Hang on just a second. I think the issue about Wildwood, let's explore that in a bit. Let's just nail this item first. Now, I'm going to ask Adrian if he would like to speak in a minute.
Well,
because,
just very quickly.
Hang on, well, in a minute. Because I'm glad you are. Always have been. And you should be, because, of course, Eckington Wharf Picnic Place is in your patch. And we've got Pershaw Bridges. The member for Pershaw was here a moment ago. Hartbury Common, I don't know who that is. Worcester Countryside Park, obviously. Blackstone Picnic Place. Now, these local members will find people emailing them, I suspect, in due course. So my first question is, have they been consulted and informed? Because what it doesn't say here is the level of charges that are likely to be imposed. But I'm going to go to Adrian, because on the basis you're one of the local members here.
I mean, we've looked at this over the past 20 years on several occasions at Eckington. But of course, it's badged as being savings. I mean, of course, what this is that fundamentally the great income will come from charging people to park at the countryside centre. So it isn't a saving, it's actually charging. It's wrongly badged in my view because it's an income measure. Yes, you can do that. I mean, I'm not going to go with the parking at Wildwood and the knock-on that'll have. You know, as a member, I expect you'll be able to claim back your car parking fees on the other side. But Eckington Bridge is really difficult to deliver. And the parish council will fight against it. The Bridge and Trust will oppose it. But I personally am fairly neutral on the idea.
Okay, so there was a question there about local members being informed of things that, you know, are likely to generate some consultation and correspondence. Could we just pick up on the wider point, Phil, as well, which was well made just then? So we've got a list here. Some of these are spend less to do less. Some of these are efficiency savings. Some of these are funding from other sources, backfilling what we won't pay for ourselves anymore. So they come in different. So to put them all in the same list is to put apples and pears in the same basket. So it would have been probably more transparent to say these are spend less to do less. These are efficiency savings where we can actually do the same or more for less. And these are actually things that we're not going to pay for ourselves, but we found funding to continue to deliver. It would have been, from a transparency point of view, better to do it that way. Phil?
Chair, slightly disagree if I'm being honest. If you go into the report in terms of the type of change, so when you look at the Countryside Centre one, it's got type of savings, it says type of change, some of them are staffing, some of them are completed, this is income. So it's income generation, it's not in the budget at the moment. So I agree with Adrian, it's income, and it says income on the side of when you look on type of change.
Okay, I'm looking at that, but not necessarily looking at the second page. Now, I'm going to go back to Karen, who was talking about Wildwood car parking specifically. Do you want to raise your question again, and we'll get an answer for you?
Well, it was about the bigger picture. So if we are looking at renting out more of the Wildwood space, where are the people going to be accommodated? Because we've now got a large part of Wildwood car park that's taken up with designated numbers for the businesses that are renting space there. And we're asking people to come back into the office and work. I think potentially we have a compromise situation coming around the corner in terms of the allocation. Understanding County Hall should go ahead and be decommissioned and removed from the scene, but that's going to require a restriction on further car parking at County Hall. Then you introduce car parking charges at the Countrywide Centre, and I think the whole system, we will find that we're out painting double yellow lines and have a congestion issue, I believe, if we do all this at once. Thank you.
Paul.
I agree with the concern, and that is already factored in. We have already made allocations on the lower car park at County Hall for any overflow from Wildwood. So there's huge numbers of spaces there. Even if we move into demolition, we would do it in phases. And you'll be aware that on the top car park, we've entered into a limited term allowance with the NHS. And so ultimately, that we retain that car park. None of this is going to happen quickly. None of it will happen all at once. It will be programmed to make sure we can do it. There is currently a management instruction to all staff that they're not allowed to park in the countryside centre. That's been in since we moved into Wildwood. So nobody is parking in that particular area anyway at the present time, or shouldn't be. If they are, then please let me know. But there is absolutely adequate car parking on the bottom car park at County Hall, and plenty of room, and lots of people are parking there. So there shouldn't be a hiatus. You're right to raise it. It will need to be managed and planned, and we will do that. But of course, we will do that as part of the contract for the demolition, and which order we do it in, and where we can create. You know, it's quite easy to retain the car park nearest to the road, if you like. That's a long way from the county building. We could still set up a perimeter for demolition that would be more than safe enough for people to still be able to park. So it won't, the limit to the number of people in Wildwood is to do with the number of desk spaces. It's not to do with the number of car parking spaces, and it won't be going forward. So we can still maintain our position of bringing people back in. The limit is on Wildwood. It's not on actually the car parking spaces. I do accept that it is a issue for some people that we have let out some of the car parking spaces in Wildwood, and we have to therefore walk a number of yards. Some people object to that, but it's pretty much as it was at County Hall. If you were parked in the furthest part, you still had to walk fairly significant distance, particularly members actually, because you were in the furthest part of the building. So it's no real difference in terms of the distances to Wildwood as it was to County Hall. So I understand the concern, but it is in hand and it would be managed.
Thank you very much. If I can just one
Yes,
supplementary.
quick one.
So in view of all of that, we're going to require a traffic regulation order. I think there's about 18 months backlog on traffic regulation orders and the implementation with our legal department. So that's what I'm told, because I've been trying to get a TRO in. So if you could look at a TRO that actually prevents people parking on the access point, particularly with the St Richard's Hospice next door. I think it's really important we can get ambulances in, etc. I think that needs to be the starting point rather than the finishing point. Thank you. But thank you for answering the question, Paul.
We wouldn't need a TRO for charging on the car park, because obviously it's private land. If we need to restrict access on the land, but I don't see that there would be any difference to how it is now, because there will be plenty of parking. It's just it will be slightly further out. But you're right, if we do need to put yellow lines on, then of course we'll put that in.
Well, can I just say, Romsley Country Park had parking introduced by this council probably about 6 or 7 years ago. And as a consequence now, all the lanes are completely blocked with people parking on there. So I can only see that we will displace the parking from the car park where they have to pay onto the side lanes and roads.
Okay, we'll certainly look at that.
it's worth remembering, isn't it, that lots of people in Worcestershire who work have to walk quite a distance from the parking spot to work. We have been very lucky over the years that as members we can get into the council offices very quickly. Richard, is this on point 2?
It is.
Excellent.
Car parking charges. This is nothing new. This was proposed by the previous administration in 2018 when Lucy Hodgson was the cabinet member responsible. And it was such an important issue at the time. It raised over 5,000 signatures in a petition against. And a call-in, which was the most successful call-in in the history of Review and Scrutiny Performance Board, because we had evidence from a number of businesses, individuals. I think there were 4 businesses involved who said that it would drastically affect their business. On local residents who said the displacement of vehicles would cause problems, and also some concern from public health issues. So Overview and Scrutiny Performance Board actually rejected the proposal, and the council executive, the cabinet, withdrew the proposal for parking because they accepted most of the concerns which were requested by MSPB. The minutes of that meeting, I think, are still available and would still probably be worthy of reconsideration and re-examination by scrutiny if this is to advance any further, because almost certainly it would result in another call-in as a consequence. What my question now is, at the time I suggested a number of alternative areas for revenue generation on countryside centres, things like wedding receptions, marquee hire, concerts, craft fairs, car boot sales, other kind of events, which have never actually been looked at, examined or explored further. I believe they would raise significant amounts of revenue on the site without damaging the impact and access to the countryside. Can this be examined in tandem or instead of the opportunity of car parking charges, which I think would damage the public access to countryside?
So, Richard, if Lisa McNally were here this morning, if she weren't saying it, she'd be thinking it. And she'd be thinking, as many of us are, that we don't want to do anything that discourages people from exercise. And that prevention is better than cure. And the more we can get people in our country parks and walking in our countryside, the evidence is very clear that improves mental and physical well-being. In terms of the second point, Richard, can I just encourage you to hold your thoughts on that until the panels meet, because that's precisely what I want the panels to do post this first cabinet meeting, council meeting next Thursday, is to look at, so the panels are all going to meet between next Thursday and the cabinet and the budget. And let me just finish my sentence. With the budget in February the 26th, I think. Those panels are going to be encouraged to think of further ways of creating additional revenue or saving. That is precisely where that discussion needs to take place.
I don't disagree with you, Chair. I think there'll be a good opportunity for those panels to meet. It would certainly help for that to happen if Scrutiny Board asked the panel to do that, specifically about this location on those issues which I've raised as potential alternative areas of revenue.
Okay, so that might be both HOSC and corporate. Both of those may have a view on that.
So I would like to ask...
They're listening.
Yeah, but I would also like to have an instant response from either the cabinet members responsible or the directors about the potential which we could have here. Because if it's not worthy of consideration, let's kill it now. But if it is, let's explore it further.
I don't want to kill anything now. Justin.
Given the financial situation we're in, we're all ears. So, that is literally any ideas, I think, that can be put forward to help solve this financial emergency. We're absolutely ready to listen.
Oh, go on, Nat.
Very, very quickly. I'm just cross-referencing the A2S list on the second page, I think, with Appendix 3, which I get down to T alphabetically. And please, just to save me working out which one's extra in Appendix 3, can someone tell me? Because, yeah, I don't expect, because it's fuddled my brain a bit. I was just counting through, checking. Thanks.
someone can be looking at that as we carry on the agenda. So the next item is the third one.
Some of the individual savings have just been added together. So, for example, the finance, there's two posts. Two posts are being saved in finance. So on the appendix, they're split into two lines, so you can exactly see what the two posts are. But in the conversation, I've just talked about reducing vacant posts in finance, because I don't need to say it twice, if you know what I mean.
No, thank you. I just didn't want us to miss anything,
No,
so thanks for explaining that.
No, they're all there.
Okay, so the next one, thank you, Nat, is reduction in high business rates, accumulating in nearly 500,000, I think it's 497, 500,000 for the sake of argument, of savings there, with the University of Worcester being regarded as a paramount control over the library within the hive, and basically picking up the responsibilities. Now, is this a win-win, or are there some potential unintended consequences?
It's a win-win. This is a conversation that's been going on for a considerable period of time with myself and Phil and David Green at the university. You members will probably historically remember that there is this issue about the university being a charity, and therefore they can claim rates relief. The valuation office nationally had not accepted that. We have appealed that with David, and they have now accepted it, and therefore nothing will change on the ground in terms of how we operate, but effectively it will make a significant difference to what the county council has to pay. And so this has been coming for quite a long time. It's been a lot of negotiation, a lot of waiting for the valuation office to come back to us and an appeal, but ultimately we've got to that position, and we have got to a place where it will significantly save us going forward. So it's a great position. It also saves the university money going forward as well.
And I suspect absolutely that this was something that has been in gestation for a while, and that the previous administration clearly have some accountability here and a claim for instigating this in the first instance. So this is something that's been a while. It says in my appendix 3, Karen, I've got you, don't worry, it's completed, it says. So basically it's done. Okay, so we're discussing something which has actually been done. So I don't want to spend too long on this. We've got a reassurance. Karen, I've got you. You don't have to keep waving at me. We've got a reassurance that, that there are no unintended consequences. Now, I've got on my list now Adrian, Richard, and Karen. That's very good, Richard. So Karen's next, then Adrian.
Thank you very much. The question from me to you is this backdated? Over how many years, please?
It's backdated over 6 years, but you'll be aware that the university owed us quite a bit of money. There was a debt, and so a lot of it goes off to offset that debt, because we'd already paid it. So it doesn't. We get a small amount up front, which we are put into reserves. Which we put into reserves, which has helped us, which is about 1.3 million. I seem to remember you told me. So we've had 1.3 million, which will help our reserves position, and then going forward, we will save $500,000 a year ad infinitum going forward. So it's a good result all round.
Because I seem to recollect when I had the cabinet membership, they hadn't paid any business rates for a number of years, if ever.
They hadn't. But
so can you just explain that statement around offset against debt, please?
So we have to pay the rates every year. And what we did was we then sent a bill to the university for their proportion of it. What they said is they shouldn't be paying that level of money because they're a charity and therefore should get an 80% reduction. Okay? So what's happened is that you're right, they hadn't paid it. Okay? And so what's happened when we do this and we can backdate by 6 years is the proportion of the saving, of course, goes significantly to the university because they were paying the majority of the rates. So that gets knocked off the bill. So say we have a bill of £1 million that they haven't, 1.8 million they hadn't paid us. Yeah. Okay, And if we're going to get in 4 million from the backdated of 6 years, 1.8 of it is the universities. Yeah? So we take that in, and all that has done is squared off our accounts. It's written off the debt.
Thank you for that. As a consequence of this, has there been any realignment of the space within the Hive?
No.
So the Hive still the university still has the same allocation of space vis-a-vis what the county council has from the library perspective?
Yes, what we've used is the agreement that we've always had, which is, so we're fundamentally paying for the archive.
All right, that's what I'm getting to.
It's about rateable
Thank you.
value. So we're fundamentally still paying for that. The library, therefore, is more under the university's position. We still occupy just as we did, and we do everything just as we did before, but they're getting the rateable relief. And so that's why we've not got a £4 million lump of money coming in, and that's why we've not got the full rateable value coming back to us. They'll still be. That's why it's only 400,000. But it's also squared away that argument with the university about who should pay this amount of money, because effectively that lump sum being back paid to us pays off the university's debt. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, thank you very much for that explanation, and I welcome this
so
money.
It's a really good news story, and I have to say to David Green, he was a real driver behind this, and working with Phil and their finance director, it's a great result. It is a really good result, and it significantly lowers the cost of the Hive going forward, which is good. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. We've got Adrian, and then we've got Seb.
Yeah, well, just very quickly, I mean, this issue's been going on for 14 years. I think it's a disgrace that we can't go back further than 6, but those are the rules. As you know, Karen's been very modest about this, because I know she pursued it with a considerable amount of vigour. And I was always in favour of taking legal action against the university as a way of resolving it. But we've resolved it without falling out, so that's good.
Seb?
Thank you. I'll be really quick. I didn't quite follow. Do the university still owe us an amount of money? And then not at all, so we are level. Fine. Because I was going to say, because for residents, I don't think we can increase council tax whilst a university owes us money. I don't think that optic. And then perhaps for the cabinet position, are we making sure going forward, if we get into any sort of agreements with things like the university who have the finances to at least, that we're not taking on these burdens as an IOU to a university who has one of the highest paid vice-chancellors in the country? It doesn't add up to me.
Well, I would just say it is squared away completely. We will be very careful about any agreements going forward. I think it was always a slightly odd position that we would pay everything up front and then recharge it back. And we don't have other agreements like that at the present time.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the next item, which is D, which is the deletion of vacant posts in HR. And Seb is going to lead on these.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, all the deletion posts are fairly similar, commentary. So if you're okay, I'll take, what's it, D, E and G as a group. I think the only concern I have is that we are getting rid of people like project managers and coordinators, but then we're also looking at reducing our dependence on consultants. I think if we're getting rid of the people that have the overarching view on things, how are we plugging that gap? I will plug that the Cork and Comms area always is on target, so I praise all of the people involved in that. I have the greatest scrutiny area, but really important, if we're cutting posts, who's picking up the workload, especially on those projects that could help with further saving? Is it the right thing to do to be cutting project managers and not other areas? So I think that was the main thread that I picked up on.
And picking up the general point this morning, which has been made by Karen and others about strategic direction, how does that fit with that broader process? And do officers have any concerns about unintended consequences here? Will this potentially result in a reduction in services for the folks out there or not? And if it's not, why haven't we done it years ago?
Well, I think you've answered your own question, probably. Of course we have concerns, but this is about looking at the financial position of the council. It is about driving productivity, and it is about doing what we need to do rather than necessarily what we would like to do. You will know in corporate services we have had a major reduction, not just this year but last year. You know, we used to have a whole directorate of coach. That has gone. We don't have that director, we don't have the assistant director for property, and we don't have them for procurement, and we don't have them for IT. So we have absolutely maximised our productivity in terms of getting people to step up. And when you talk about who's doing the work, the people who remain are doing the work. And we're having to prioritise the work. Things take slightly longer. Just as many businesses have to do, you have to stretch the resources you've got as far as you possibly can. But we're faced with a limited number of services where we have the full power to be able to make changes. We've already heard in adults and children's how it's very statutorily controlled and very highly monitored to make sure that we're providing things at a certain level. In other support services, we have more flexibility, and that is where we've focused. We've taken massive reductions out. Over £800,000 we've taken out of the central services, and that is people primarily. It's not process. It's people. And we've done business process re-engineering to make sure our process flows are different. We do it in a different way. We've increased our productivity significantly. But you're right, there is a limit ultimately to how much further we can go, which is why there's ones and twos on here, not tens or 20s. You know, those came a number of years ago. But where we can, you know, absolutely the focus has to be from management that we maximise the resources we've got. Do we need that level of managerial oversight? Can we do it in a different way? Can we give people more freedom within boundaries and get them to act within their professional roles in a different way? And that's what we're doing. So yes, I do have some concerns. Our capacity is less. It's significantly less than many other councils that I look at in terms of that strategic position. But we can operate, and we do operate, and I was thankful for Seb saying that we do come in on budget, we stick to the services that we said we will provide, and we stay within our cost envelope. But it is getting increasingly more difficult, and of course we're asking an awful lot more of people. We're also giving them very good CVs, because they're doing far more things than others in similar positions are doing in other councils. So there are some unintended consequences, because they become very attractive in the market because they can do lots of things. That is difficult, you know, but we are in a place where we've got a £70 million gap between what we're actually doing today and the amount of money we've got coming in. We have to reduce where we can. And that is what we're doing. There are some impacts. Would I prefer not to do this? Absolutely. I would prefer not to do it, because I think we are stretching a very tight elastic band at the moment. But the circumstances are such we need to do it.
I'm going to come back to Seb, and I've also got Mel wants to speak. I just want to make the general point that when I first became a councillor in '97, New Worcestershire was formed. County Hall was brimming. Every pavilion, every part of County Hall had someone sitting at a desk with a computer. Actually, it was a typewriter, it wasn't a computer. But the place was full of people, and we had therefore the opportunity to, whether it's highways, wherever it might be, maintenance was in-house and everything else. As you say, Paul, these days, actually where we can look and deliver savings ourselves are far less than it once was. I'm going to bring Mel, because she caught my eye, but then I'll come back to Seb as well. So Mel first, then Seb.
Chair, thank you. And sorry, it was more referring to the last item, really. I was very uncomfortable with the comment about the VC salary at the University of Worcester. I think the university has been fantastic for the city, and I'm sure they're in better financial than we are. And I'd just like assurance, it's not council point of order, but I don't want this meeting to be personal jibes at other people. I think that's inappropriate.
Okay, I'm sure that that comment could be taken back if it helped. I think that sector is, rather than the university itself, that sector is still struggling. irrespective of who's paid what. No. So, Seb.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I really want to sort of drill down on, if we're this really tight elastic band, which I do agree, my real worry is this vision. If we're looking forward and we've cut people or we've cut vacancies and we have 1 or 2 people leave, you've indicated that that could be a breaking point. These are not huge numbers of savings. I'm not saying let's recruit for just in case, but I think we have to be really careful. Whilst colleagues are colleagues, they're also our residents, and I think they need to know that we are fighting their corner in terms of employment. And my real worry is that we will get, with concrete LGR plans, people think, gosh, this doesn't look great, jump ship or go to another authority. And we're nodding, but I just really think that because we don't have that vision of where this authority is going, where we want to look like over the next 12 months, we're cutting now, we're reducing our pool of employees, and I'm really, really worried that we will have some employees who will look back and say, if only you hadn't got rid of me, I'm so multi-skilled that we'd be able to plug these, or people would be able to apply for sort of additional roles. I do think we're cutting small numbers just to make a little bit of a dent.
Karen.
Thank you very much indeed. My concern is that this is becoming a revolving door and we'll be bringing consultants in to do work like project work when we're looking at digitalisation. Can I have your assurance that we'll be monitoring very closely what we're doing in terms of consultants and their employment, and that the cabinet members responsible for each area will be engaged with so that they can have final sign-off in terms of the consultants that are brought into this business? Because I see this across the whole of the public sector, not just here, but in my other role. You know, we need to bring them in because we haven't got that expertise in that area. We should be upskilling people to make sure that they, with the salaries they receive, and I'm not, you know, in any way being derogatory, people work very hard in this business, but we need to upskill them to prevent our need for consultants to be employed. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's a point well made. I don't think anyone disagrees with that.
I think it is a point well made, but we're financially not in that place. And I don't disagree with anything that anybody has said, but we're financially not in that place. We are currently spending, or we will be next year, £71 million more than we've got. And, you know, the reality is we're not in the position to be fundamentally employing people for when we might need them. We are absolutely in the position where we have to employ people to do the things that absolutely need to be done, and then ask questions about whether we can continue to do all the things that we are currently delivering. And I know it's a harsh story and I know it's difficult, but that is the reality of where we are. I absolutely believe in upskilling people and development, and I believe in people having careers. One of my biggest frustrations, being in local government for a long time, is that people tend to come in and do jobs and not have careers. They stick to one directorate. They stay in one area. They don't tend to move about. It's interesting that people say to me, you know, these people that have this overview. I'm not sure they do. They're given a matrix management piece of work. Go and look at that particular thing. Go and look at that particular thing. They don't have an overall view. That is delivered by SLT and by the cabinet. And you know, ultimately that is driven by allocations of funding and political steer, rightly so. It's a democratic organisation. But I think we've got to be really clear with ourselves about where are we at this present time as an authority. The authority, assuming the government sticks to its timetable, will not exist in 2 years' time. And in fact, in a just over a year's time, in 14, 15 months' time, there will be a second group of people who are deciding the future. Our current corporate plan runs up to that period. So we talked about the corporate plan beforehand. It was set for a 5-year period. That 5-year period went over the timeline of the elections and will take us to the point at which we will be into a shadow authority, assuming the timeline stays the same. There is a question mark, bearing in mind we are absolutely pressured for capacity about what you change fundamentally. Because if you look at most corporate plans for local government, I can tell you they are about economy, family, children, you know, healthy lifestyle. they're all pretty much the same. The words are slightly different, and their focus is slightly different depending on the community, but the core pillars of the strategic plans are broadly the same, because we're driven by adults, children's, highways, etc. You know, it's broadly similar. So I do know that Cabinet are working on their tweaks to the corporate plan, but I think the fundamentals will see us, i.e. the pillars, the general 5 areas, will see us to the new authority. And so if you take that into account, what you will see is that effectively we are looking at having really dealing with the biggest issue for this council, which is its financial viability going forward. And for all the points that we make about these savings, I agree. There's a reason why these haven't been taken in the past. And all the reasons you're rehearsing, the car parking, everything else, we've been through all of these. But the reality is these are the things that are left to take. And there aren't other things to take unless you're going to cut children's services and unless you're going to cut adult services. And we've rehearsed that argument about the huge amounts of money that we're spending there, yes, but we're also inspected by CQC that we've just been done. We're about to be inspected again for children's services, you know, and we've been found to fail in those areas before. And so, you know, the real issue is, and I know that it's not what any political person would want to do, is there are very difficult decisions to make about what are we going to stop doing. And where these other things are effectively around staffing is, yes, ideally we'd like to keep them, but and we could certainly work and use them to do lots of things, but it isn't the priority. And I think that's the point I'd try to make.
Can I just come back with a quick point here? Because we're not in the same world we were when we set the corporate plan. We've got LGR around the corner. I think it's quite premature to be talking about getting rid of project managers when you've put forward a proposal, or this council has, to be the continuing authority long term. And project management, you put forward the proposal that the continuing authority, well, it was muted to be the continuing authority with LGR. Well, it was in the original papers. I know that because I read it, but you took it out. Okay. So with LGR now in this changing world, to get rid of a project manager in IT when we have very few of them across the whole of our council, I think endangers the sustainability of the council. And I think you will find, and we will find in the coming months, and members sat round this table will be watching this very closely, that we'll be looking to the consultants' fees. Because when you've got an administration that got elected off cutting out any of the surplus that's spent, I think we have to be very careful where we spend money, and particularly when we're going out potentially for such a large increase in our council tax. Just making that point, because I think this is the wrong time to be taking actions like this with LGR on the cards. Thank you.
I absolutely agree if we didn't have a £70 million gap, but also the current post in IT is vacant. So we're just not recruiting to it, and you know we can manage without. We're not sacking somebody to take this saving.
Are we doing a good job when we look at digitalisation and the way of transforming a business? We've heard a lot about transformation, but I don't see a lot of evidence of it actually happening, if I'm really honest. And that's not just here. I don't think the public sector is well set up for transformation.
I couldn't agree more with you, but you tend to find the best transformations that occur are in industries that are not heavily driven or contained by statute, i.e. you're free to do very different things in very different ways. One of the best ones I used to like in local government was leisure, when I used to run leisure, because there is very little statute about leisure, virtually nothing. So actually you can run your leisure services however you want to run them, and it's fantastic because you can do very different things. We are not in that place in a county council. Even highways, even all of those things, they're all statutory driven. Pretty much. Even our finance, even our HR is statutory driven. There are things we have to do that we can't get out of. So I'm constantly frustrated by transformation. You know, even down to things about how we pay people. There are ways in the private sector that you can pay people to drive productivity and get much better outcomes. We can't do that for equal pay. So once you start and blindfold people, tie their hands behind their back, and then put a bag over their head as well, and then say, right, be innovative, it's difficult. I do think there are lots of things. I think AI, but not AI in just general terms. I think some very specific AI things in health and local government, I think will be a transformative force in the future. The problem is they're at a very, very early stage at the moment, and we can't quantify the amount. But we are absolutely looking at the front door decision trees for things like adults and children's, where we think that can happen. And so we will be looking at a big transformation programme and certainly things around tail-end spend and various other things that we'll be looking at. But the problem that I have is I have to be certain the money will come, because we're setting the budget on it. Because if the money doesn't come, we'll overspend. And you quite rightly will be sat here like you are now saying, well, why are you 8 million overspent in children's? And so we have to be clear, and these are definite. If I take that post, I've got that money in the bank. It's there, it's done. Now, some of them are about income and risk. The income might come, it might not come. Others we need to bank. And we're still only talking about 9 million. It's peanuts against a 1.3 billion pound gross spend. And so, there are fundamentals here about having to rethink how we approach balancing the books.
Okay, there's a few comments I'd like to make. Justin wants to speak in a bit as well, and I'm sure there may be others. Paul, I'm sure you meant when you said won't be here in 2 years. I don't think that's quite right. We will be here in 2 years. We'll continue as Worcestershire until May 28, is it?
Yes, sorry. So we will be here in 28, which is 2 years.
Just for the record, we'll get that right.
That was a point that actually came out, wasn't it, about continuing authority. We haven't asked government to be continuing authority, and so that is an interesting point. Now that could be imposed upon us, but we haven't asked for that. And we initially thought that was the way forward. That's what we were encouraged to do by soundings from other county councils. But we haven't done that because we took the feedback from district leaders and district chief execs that they didn't want us to do that. So in the spirit of cooperation, we didn't put that in. It was in the first draft, as you said, and we took it out. So, it isn't a continuing authority. Worcestershire County Council will end on the 31st of March 2028, assuming the current timetable is maintained.
And that's the point. So, sorry to labour the point. The point you made, just for the record, was that you said we wouldn't be here in 2 years. We will be. It'll be 2 years. 2 years, 4 months, and counting. Just for the record, just so because people can get misunderstanding about the transfer from one authority to another. I'm going to ask the politicians in a minute a question. Now, Paul, you said amongst all that in terms of responding to Karen about, where's your corporate plan update, I think you said, actually, they don't really differ that much across the UK. Lots of statutory duties. They make tweaks this and tweak that, but it's pretty much the same sort of thing, which begs the question, what's the point the politicians are here? And so it's not an unreasonable question to say to the administration, beyond the crisis we have, the financial crisis, putting that to one side, that's a given. What has the council been doing that would be significantly different in a transformatory sort of way that we would all see from a continuation of the previous administration or a Liberal Democrat administration or whatever? So what is reform bringing to the table? I'm sorry to sound political, but I think we need to challenge it. If it's all pretty much homogenous across the UK, then what is the point of the politicians here at all if it's all demand-led and we can't really do very much? So, Justin, I'm looking to you because you've been up front all morning. Could you sell us a story beyond financial savings that this administration is all about?
Could I just clarify the point? I said is the basis of them.
Okay.
And what I said is the difference is the priority. That's what generally the politicians set. So if you look across the UK, there will be something on economy, there will be something on family, there will be something on environment, there will be something on health. Generally, what you set as your priorities within those general blocks, i.e. the chapters, our 5 pillars, if you like, are very different, because in some areas it might be about life expectancy, in other areas it might be about GP appointments, or it might be about acute health, or various other things, or in the economies are very different in terms of what you're trying to attract or you're not.
Paul,
I think that's clear.
Yeah, okay. I mean, there's clarity there that didn't exist previously. Justin, could you answer my question before you make your statement about whatever else you want to talk about? So how is the reform in Worcestershire, besides the financial crisis, different? And how will the corporate plan look different?
Okay, so this is probably the controversial bit, because the difference is you've now got people at cabinet level who have years of direct experience in their directorate. I'm going to be fairly confident, and I may be, I'm going to be corrected, I'm sure. I don't think you've had a cabinet member for children and families with nearly 20 years experience of working with children and families. I don't think you've had an A&E doctor running public health. I don't think you've had a project manager for solar farms running environment. So for me, given it was a political question, that is my answer. And it is that knowledge and that understanding, and I'll use the example of children and families, that understanding of how boosting that capacity and investing in that capacity at that intermediate level has not been done before in the way that it's being done and will be done. And that is the thing that will make the biggest difference overall. So I'll leave it at that.
You're indicating to speak before I asked you the question, so what was else you wanted to say?
Well, in essence, you've already said it, which is we can't do anything unless we solve this financial emergency, because if we don't fix that, nothing gets done.
I'm going to move on. I mean, I'd love to spend a long time talking about that previous question, but
I'd just like to say one thing, Chairman, if I can cut in. The late Andy Roberts, an ex-fire commander, took this authority from being inadequate with their children's services and built it up and put his backside into it and did a phenomenal job. He's no longer, he died, he passed away sadly due to a brain tumour. But I have to say, he was the most engaging cabinet member in terms of children's and did a phenomenal job at a time when this authority really required that. It's very easy to steer a ship when it's on a flat surface and it's on a flat sea. It's very difficult when you're up against it, which is why we have more looked after children, actually, Councillor, because we've become very risk averse, and I understand why. And we've had a couple of fatalities with young people that were horrendous. So the backstory is always different. But in terms of things like Westlands and the work we've done there, phenomenal. Changed the complete direction of the health and the outcomes for Westlands. There's a whole plethora of work that I can talk about and wax lyrical about the outcomes. The financial position is because of the demand-led services. We've already ascertained that, I think, in previous conversations. But I think to say that you've got more professionalism, the proof's in the pudding and in the eating. Let's see what you actually do at the end of the day. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not going to pursue this line of discussion, though it's fascinating, nevertheless, to do so. I'm going to encourage you not to add, because it's not going to be very constructive. What I'm going to say is this. In my experience, and only Richard can actually compete in terms of years here, we've had some cracking cabinet members across the political world who I have watched, and they have invested every bit of their energy and intellect into delivering the services that they aspire to deliver. And real quality. And that is important, because when you get to a position of a cabinet, it's a hell of a responsibility. And it falls on your shoulders. And the Constitution here allows you some flexibility to make decisions without having to go to Cabinet and Council to get permission. hugely responsible. The officer corps listen and engage with you and work with you in a sense of partnership. So across the political divide, it's nothing new. It's nothing new. I've seen it for many, many years. Really top quality people who have come from the business sector, come from farming, come from all sorts of sectors, and none, who have invested huge amounts of effort and energy and commitment and drive and enthusiasm and passion into their areas. So I wouldn't want anyone to think this is something that's new. It's not. I'm not going to let you come back in because I think we've had the discussion and I want to move on. And I want to introduce Adrian to perhaps comment on the, as chair of the Pensions Committee, the next item is £2 million worth of savings. Is there anything you'd like to say about that?
Well, it's linked to the performance of the fund and the fact that the fund is now it has a surplus. Therefore, we are able to lower the employer's contribution rate for the county council over a period of 3 years for the next actuarial valuation by 3%. We're taking 2% in year one and 1% the year after that. I mean, this is a positive thing. We've had a long-term ambition to try and lower the employer's contribution rate, but due to the success of the investment strategy that we've been following, we find ourselves being able to up the prudence level in the fund and also are in a position where we are overfunded at this current time. Always remember, evaluation done by an actuary is a snapshot, and pensions for our employees are a long-term project. I do think this is a suitably prudent move at this moment in time.
I think we all see this as a win-win, something that's really welcome, because we've been scratching around trying to find 76k here and 80k there, and this is 2 mil. It's a seismic contribution to the target. So unless anyone's got anything else they want to say on this item, I'm going to move on. Okay, moving on. Next one on my list is the...
Chairman, can we just register a thanks to the Pensions Committee for the work that they do? Because I think it absolutely is above and beyond, and the actions and the insight that we've had historically is phenomenal. Thank you.
It hasn't always been the case. I can remember a while ago, Adrian, when the people were coming to us saying you're going to have to up your contributions, because it's not just Worcestershire County Council involved here, it's all sorts of other bodies and organisations, including district councils, fire authorities and everybody else. So at one point it was looking t'other way. We're going to move on. One-off reduction in spending and monitoring and evaluation within E&I. I was going to ask Matt to introduce this, but he's disappeared. Oh, he is back. He's back. Matt, you're back. Would you like to introduce this or ask your questions?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I support approving these savings on monitoring and evaluation within the environment and infrastructure. In fact, all the savings that are here, I support, not because they're comfortable savings, but because the alternative is worse. We have a legal duty to set a balanced budget. If savings aren't agreed, the pressure doesn't go away, it comes back later in a more damaging way, as we can see the evidence in front of us. We've already heard from Councillor May about the increased exceptional financial support. Is increased since the last Conservative administration applied for it on the 20th of December 2024 and got the ball rolling. That was a wonderful Christmas present, thank you. And that was applied for because there was no other option, because the finances were in dire straits. And it just goes to show that if you don't look after the finances, it comes back to bite you later on. Just like if you don't look after your body, you don't see it straight away, but years later, you get coronary issues, you get cancer, you get all that. And we have a financial cancer right here, right now. I want to be clear though, many of these savings are one-off or technical. They may help stabilise the position short time, but it won't fix the underlying problem. These savings are possible though. The full monitoring and evaluation budget simply isn't required in 26-27, but it's expected to return later to meet the Department for Transport requirements. As Phil Ruck has explained, there's no income guarantee. However, we can make these savings. That is something we can do straight away. So yes, I support this. Thank you.
I'm not entirely sure I understand what it is we're actually saving here. So my question will be to Rachel in a moment. Rachel, could I just ask the question, and maybe you can incorporate that in the answer? Am I right in thinking we're talking about post-implementation of a scheme? You'll recall the situation with the Southern Link and the bridge at the Ketch, where immediately there seemed to be quite a significant problem, which was addressed and resolved, but not before 92,000 people had supported my petition and regional TV. I would hate to think that, because I think that route, Southern Link route, is phase 4, is actually mentioned here. I'd want to be reassured that any safety audit, whether it's stage 4 or earlier, wouldn't be impacted by this, and by definition, residents and motorists put at risk.
Thank you, Chair. I can give that assurance. This is not about road safety audits. So we've recently carried out road safety audit stage 4 on the Southern Link Road. That's something that we do with existing resources. This is about where we've had funding from central government, from the DFT, for specific schemes, such as the Southern Link Road, but for other schemes as well. There's certain monitoring, so around noise, around traffic numbers, around usage, that we have to do periodically. So we did monitoring before the scheme was introduced. We do monitoring at certain stages throughout the life of the scheme once it's complete and in operation. If we look at the year ahead, there are limited requirements for us to do that much monitoring. Those then kick in again in the following year. So we can comfortably achieve that one-off saving.
Am I right in thinking it's not in the medium-term financial plan as a recurring saving?
We have 300k within the annual budget for monitoring and evaluation of schemes. We don't need to spend 300k in 2026-27, but we will need to spend of that order in the following year.
It's not a recurring saving?
No, it's one-off.
Okay, that's really helpful. Carl.
Thank you, Chair. I just would like to ask, and I mean no offence to anyone in this room, especially given the time frame that you've all had to look at the document, it does, if we take this one as an example, it does specifically say that it is a one-off, and then with relation to what you just mentioned about the phase 4, before that it does say 27, 28, we need that full amount. Nobody here objects to difficult questions, but if we can read the line item first.
I don't think that rebuke is fair. Members literally had this arrive at tea time last night, and it's about over 100 pages, so I don't think anyone should be criticising anyone for not reading the fine detail, to be honest, Carl. Any questions, comments about this item before we move on? Okay, we're going to move on. Highway reorganisation. I've got this down to me because I can't find anybody else. I had a read of this last night, Carl, and it begged a few questions. It's kind of classic local government language, actually, when I read it last night. It didn't make it very clear to me exactly what we're talking about. For members, they'll want to know whether this impacts on highway liaison officers, for instance. That would be something that I'm sure people would wish to ask. So what is going on in this reorganisation? Could you give me some clarity? Rachel or Carl or both?
I'm happy to cover that. This does not include the highways liaison function. This includes pure highways operations, so maintenance of the highway. We've got a number of vacancies within the team. We use a number of contractors. We've got a couple of areas where there are potential sort of single points of failure where people have progressively left, and we've got a lot of knowledge in certain individuals. So we've taken the opportunity to review the existing structure that we have and try and build in some resilience where we need some resilience, to merge the management of some teams where that's appropriate. So there are some areas where there's some overlap, and to remove some of the existing vacancies. So we're confident that we can deliver that 170k of savings without any redundancies, so we can wriggle within the existing envelope. It firms up some where we've got some acting up arrangements in place, so it firms things up as well and provides a little bit more certainty for the existing staff as we go through local government reorganisation. So we're not looking at any reduction in service. We're looking at areas of greater resilience and confident that we can deliver that saving.
Carl, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Only to reaffirm that confidence around the liaison officers. Cabinet and SLT will reaffirm that that was a red line for me. They are vital to the organisation within highways.
Merge overlapping teams by streamlining processes and reduce management costs. That's classic local government gobbledygook. Could you paint me a picture about what that really means? Can you give me an example so I understand what you're talking about? Merging, reducing management costs, and so on and so forth. Is it simply about vacant post deletion? Or is it more to it than that?
So we've got some areas within highways, and also looking at public rights of way as well, where there are some similar processes that we operate, but they're managed in separate teams. So by bringing some of those things under single management, we can get some good learning from the different teams and reduce some of the costs. So where we've got some very difficult to fill vacancies, and we know that they are difficult to fill. So in street lighting, we've recently taken street lighting within highways operations. Previously it wasn't, it sat outside of highways operations. So we've recently taken the management of that within our highways operations. So again, it's a good opportunity, having taken that into there, along with winter service, along with asset management, and a number of other things that we've done in recent months to look at, well, what management arrangements do we need in place?
I think I'm a little bit clearer. Seb.
Yeah, thank you. I just want absolute clarity, if that's okay. The highways liaison and the vacancy, there is currently a vacancy for a highways liaison officer. Can you guarantee that if we're getting rid of vacancies, that one will remain open? Because I think Councillor May would talk my ear off if I don't stand up for Bromsgrove with her.
And mine too, I think. We're recruiting for that at the moment. That's well underway.
Worth saying, isn't it? Because I'm sure we reflect everyone in the room. Members truly value the commitment our highway liaison officers make, and they are caught in between the contractor and the local ward member, and that's not a nice place to be sometimes, because you're having to convey bad news, and sometimes, you know, they are conduit, and they work. The one I know works way beyond 9 to 5 days a week. She's responding on Sunday nights and all sorts of times, and I keep telling her not to. But she builds up a huge legacy of stuff that she has to deal with. And so when she comes back from holiday, she hasn't had a holiday. Sam, I can bring you in a minute as well. So I'm sure that everyone in the room would echo and wish to put on record, actually, since we have the opportunity, our grateful appreciation for the work all the highway liaison officers do. Sam, is that something you wanted to say?
Yes, I would like to thank the highway liaison officer. I think the concern that I had coming into the council recently is finding out how many have been churned out. So there's obviously always a cost to recruiting a new member of staff, and I would like the Cabinet member to look into why is there such a high turnover of highway liaison officers. Thank you.
Is that then, Rachel?
And I don't think it is exceptionally high. Yes, we've had a number of people leave for a whole variety of reasons, I have to say. I'm not going to go into the reasons here, but it's a number of reasons. Some of them have moved on to other opportunities within the council. They've progressed their career and moved on to other things within the E&I directorate, actually. Others have moved on to posts outside of the council. So it's a whole variety of reasons. I think we could look at all of those individually, but there's a number of factors. And it's good to see that people see it as sometimes as a bit of a launch pad. It gives them an idea of what goes on within highways, and great if they then want to continue a career within the highway sector.
Okay. It may be that the panel might want at some point to cross-examine you a little bit more about the changes that you're proposing so we could get greater clarity, but I think we've done enough today on that matter. And please convey the highway liaison support back to the highway liaison officers. Why not? Let's move on, shall we? So staff reductions in economy is the next one I've got on my list, and this is Dave.
Thank you, Chair. You may have the short straw with me today. I'm the Vice Chairman for the Scrutiny Panel for the Economy. Just like to start off, I've sat here very quietly today listening to everybody in this room, and I genuinely believe everybody in this room, regardless of political affiliation, all wants the same thing, which is a vibrant, prosperous, surviving Worcestershire County Council in whatever guise that may be in the future as well. Okay, I'd like to thank the officers. Obviously, we've had a lot of talk from the officers today, and they all do a fantastic job, especially Phil. I think, Phil, it's amazing what you're dealing with there. Now, the issue I've been asked to speak upon is something that wasn't truly known to me that much, but I am aware of it, obviously. And it's to do with 2 posts that have been vacant since the start of 25-26. Now, effectively, the savings will begin in 26-27 of £128,000, which is a large sum to me, but in the scheme of things, obviously, small beer, I think, as we talked to. Paul mentioned earlier on the biggest challenge for the council and for all of us officers and elected officials as well is financial viability. So obviously in the scheme of things we are looking at everything that we can do. One of Tom's emails to us regarding this was Scrutiny is holding Cabinet to account, I think was in the email, Tom. I'm not trying to hold anybody to account here. I'm trying to look at the basic facts beneath this. And one of the things we've talked about, in particular this, and Karen mentioned it as well, lost jobs endangers the future. And we've just heard that as well from another colleague here. And we've also had the term survival and transformation. Well, these posts and these savings are all part and parcel of where we're trying to get to. But I think we're a bit like a wartime coalition at the moment. We're trying to get to the end of the channel. We're trying to get to the end of the journey we're on and make everybody survive here. Transformation is a bigger thing. Justin has given some background to that. I think at the moment, though, the Cabinet, I do believe, are really just trying to deal with the immediate problem that we have, which is survival. So to come back to Paul's gambit there, biggest challenge is financial viability. On that basis there, I'm looking at, and I've sat calmly through a lot of what we've discussed today, but to me, these savings, we're doing the very best we can as a group of people to find savings. And obviously the job here as well is to look further into them and see what the effect would be. Hence, we're questioning losing jobs effectively. Will that affect the running of the council and the services that are provided? And on that basis there, as Justin has said earlier, we're all ears, and I mean the Cabinet, are all ears for potential savings. So on that basis, do we not think Dodge would be a good idea? Yeah, we're all friends, I'm sure.
Oh, Dave, have you finished?
I have finished, actually.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
so you're quoting my email. So this morning we are examining the Cabinet agenda for next Tuesday. That's what we're doing. So yes, we're holding the Cabinet to account and hopefully informing their decision making next Tuesday. That is our role today. I've heard a number of times this morning, and this is going to be a bit contentious, but I'm going to just push back to you what you're telling me. I'm getting a lot of stuff this morning about working together, wartime spirit, coalition, and so on and so forth. I'm hearing a lot of that this morning. That will only work if those involved in the administration think very carefully about the language they use, particularly in reference to previous administrations. It won't work otherwise. So just be really careful with the language you use if you want collegiate working, that you don't allow yourself to get involved in anything that other people might see as an attack. Yeah. So that's just a bit of sagely advice. We can't have it both ways.
Well, can I come back on that, Tom?
Yeah, of course you can, Dave.
Very quickly. I understand blame is a terrible word, and so, as I say, there's a lot of people in this room. Karen's mentioned colleagues, ex-colleagues that have done a tremendous shift in the job. And I think we all recognise that in all of us, really, and I'd like to think I can add a shift as well. But when we talk about the problems that we're facing at the moment, unfortunately, the stark reality is we are facing a problem because of decisions that were taken, rightly and wrongly, but I'm sure taken in the best of terms when they were taken. Now, we have to face that responsibility. And Justin's making the point today, we have to deal with the problem in front of us. So it's not about blame, it's about coming together. Now, they might be hard things to hear if you were involved in some of the previous decisions, and I don't know what the future holds for any of us, not yet anyway. So it could be, in a couple of years' time, people will be throwing these words back at me. But it's not about blame today, it's about dealing with the problem in front of us. And unfortunately, that does mean tackling the issues that we have, and that's a massive gap, as Paul mentioned, a massive gap that we've got to come together on. You mentioned about language, Tom. I don't think it's meant in that way. I think that's perception. I think we're talking about the decisions that were made previously that have given rise to this situation. And that's all I say. I have no enmity for anyone in this room. I may differ with you. Yeah, but I think you're all good people, trying to do the right thing from your point of view. So that's me signing off. Thank you very much.
We're going to move on to the next item. I know personally how it feels when suddenly the rug's pulled from beneath your feet, and from a moment of being council leader or member of cabinet, you're suddenly not, either because the electorate or your colleagues have chosen that we need a change. It's a painful experience. And those wounds take a long time to heal. And they are exposed and very sore when there's reference to their term of office as being anything less than really great. And the consequences we face today are not so much about the previous administration. They're about the demand-led pressures on statutory services that whichever administration we had here today would have to deal with. So I would suggest to the people in reform who are reaching out desperately for some help and support now, and I can understand that, and they're wise to be doing so, desist from referencing previous administrations, because that's really unhelpful and it's unlikely to get the return you're looking for right now, which is expecting the minority, well, actually the majority minority, if you know what I mean, to behave in a consensual, considered and grown-up manner. And that's a big ask. I'm not going to allow this conversation to go anymore because we've got a whole list of things to say. I suspect, listen guys, I'm trying to summate there, but if you really want to open this up again, beware that it's going to take you into the afternoon. Thank you. We're going to move on.
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, I'm going to move on. So, we've done the staff reductions in economy, reduction in use of consultants within E&I. I've got me to ask that question. So what's going on here then? Consultants, we use consultants a lot, don't we not? Rachel, are we going to use them less?
So this is specifically within highways development management, so where there are planning applications and we need to review planning applications from a highways perspective around the impact of those planning applications on the highway or for changes to the highway. We currently do use consultants and contractors, as I think it's quite well known and well understood. We are in the process of trying to recruit to have our own staff and have a bit of career progression within that structure as well to reduce our reliance on consultants. When I say trying to recruit, we have been out to the market once already. We've not managed to secure all of those posts through that route, so we are out again. And we will continue trying through various routes. So there is no guarantee here, but that's our aim. Excuse me.
Forgive me if I've got this wrong. It says it's completed in my table in Appendix 3. Am I looking at the wrong thing?
It's not complete. It's working.
So that's a mistake.
Work in progress.
That's a mistake then. It shouldn't say completed.
Shouldn't be complete. No.
Okay. And 120k savings?
That's what we aim to say.
Okay, so it should
if we
say
manage to
not
recruit
completed
to all of
there.
those
So let's remove that, because you've expressed the point that it's actually quite hard to recruit and retain. I personally would welcome this, because I don't know about anybody else as a district councillor. The last thing I want is some consultancy who are not even familiar with the patch at all to be saying, actually, the highway access is fine. I think one of the frustrations district councils and district councillors have had with highways is that whilst I sympathise with the amount of applications on the desk every week coming in across the county, often the highway response appears to be inadequate, lacking local knowledge. So anything that improves that has got to be a good thing. Any comments?
Thank you very much indeed. I'm just a little bit concerned and confused because it says no additional recruitment in the end, impact assessment needed, no additional recruitment, which is slightly different to the conversation we've just had in the room. Can I ask a general question here? We have a duty to carry out statutory function. At what stage are we going to cut everything back to the statutory function of this? Well, the economy, for example, isn't something a statutory function of this council. So I suppose if I was facing this and looking at this from a very hardcore position in terms of funding, I would be saying the economy and growing the economy and economic development sits with district, city, borough councils. So why are we trying to double up on this? Working with the chamber, talking to our colleagues in the districts and city and borough councils, you could be saying to them, right, you've put money into this historically, and let's be honest, we're the ones that have kept it going with the UK shared prosperity funding. But taking a hardcore view, why are we not just focusing on the statutory requirements of this council, please?
I thought you were going to ask what level is the statutory minimum delivery requirement, which is a interesting point, isn't it? Where do you set the bar? But there are also some questions there about some clarity. Are we recruiting? It says no additional recruitment in the table. Is that wrong? Where are we with this, Rachel?
So we are in the process of recruiting. So essentially, it's a recruit to save. So this is for the planning and transport planning. So the highways development management. I think Councillor May is referring to the economy function, where the majority of the economic development function is externally funded or funded through use of reserves, and we've reviewed that quite carefully for future years. Where possible, we use external funding. The previous item was around deletion of some of those posts, having taken into account that review of what's statutory, what's not statutory, where are the areas that we need to look at.
Stefan, who's been quiet, may have some...
This makes a change, Chair, for me to be quiet. Just a point of clarification, and this is probably the way I've written the table. The chart on Appendix 3, the column that's you're referring to, Councillor May, where it says no additional staffing, the title of it is impact assessment needed. So what I'm saying is, do we need to do a full impact assessment? And the answer is no, because it's additional recruitment. So that column is basically just indicating whether there needs to be a privacy impact assessment, an equality duty impact assessment, etc. Because the impact on... I take your point, Chair. I should... No, comma. Yeah, fair enough. I'll take grammar lessons before the next time. It's always key. It certainly does.
No, that's great. Thank you for that explanation.
Okay, I think
Coming back to the statutory duties of this council, though, has the Cabinet taken a look at just performing the statutory duties? I know the Chief Exec said we're almost doing that, but there are some things around the periphery that aren't a statutory duty of this council, and yet we still do them. Thank you.
very interesting discussion to be had, because lots of things that we like as members are not statutory duties. So be careful what we wish for if we're going down that road.
I'm not wishing for this. I just want to do... It's almost like doing a zero-based budget, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. So the question is, I don't know who's going to answer it. It's a horrible question, but it's a pertinent one. It's a pertinent one. So has the administration looked at non-statutory duties and obligations and presumably resisted making savings there? Justin?
Yes. Most of the non-statutory stuff, as you've just heard, is grant funded. So that's why we're continuing to do most of those. So I think it's a fairly straightforward answer, I hope.
Well, it is and it isn't, thank you, Councillor, through you, Chair. So how long is the grant funding for when we've just had a 3-year settlement, please, from the government?
Are there specific grants you want to look at, or is it just... Because they're all different.
And I understand that, but with that indifference comes the risk of us not being able to sustain a service. So I suppose my question is, have you ascertained or have confirmation regarding the grant funding for the next 3 years as well, please?
In terms of timescales, I'll have to defer to my financial expert over there.
Well, you got me first.
Paul, can you be that as well?
It's a very good question from Councillor May. The position is no, we haven't had the absolute definitive position on all of it. But if I come back to the example you gave about economic development, it's true to say economic development is a non-statutory function. I don't think it's absolutely clear to say that it is a district council function, because it has always been both tiers that have done this historically. But there could be a debate about us saying we can no longer afford to do it, you could do it for us.
Or do it with you.
Or do it with you. And we have had some of those conversations in the past, in fact. But those were all put forward in terms of that position, as was some of the services that, you know, when you say statutory, that doesn't mean statutory necessarily at the level we currently do them either. So a great example which will cause huge intake of breath is libraries. There is a statutory minimum for libraries. I'm not sure it's the number that we've got. I think they could be less, but members have been very clear across all parties, including the current administration, that that is not something that they feel comfortable about looking at. And similarly with economic development, because it is a very small amount of money that we are now putting in, it is all grant funded. Yes, there is a danger in future years, if the grant doesn't come, we'll have to make decisions, but we don't have to make it for next year, because there is a grant in place. And so are we living a little bit hand to mouth? Yes, we are. And we have been doing for a number of years, probably 4 or 5 years, has been the same funding mechanism. So it is all of these things have been looked at, as has the level of statutory compliance. Another good example in children's, Councillor Bowen has been through the point about the position that we putting more money into trying to drive up our fostering rates because it will drive down our overall cost. That's entirely discretionary. You don't have to do that. But it's sensible. So there are things that we do that are designed to try and save us more money long term. Economic development clearly is one that if we drive up the amount of business rates, we drive up our income. And so, you know, it is a direct feedback into our baseline funding if we can get successful businesses off the ground and get them to grow, which we've had real good success of in Worcestershire over many years. So there is definitely still funding in there that could be taken. I think it comes back to the point that the chairman made very early on. If you simply do to the letter of the law the statutory minimum, then where is the discretion for members? And we still have discretion, and it is still seen within this budget, and that's the reason it's still there.
And thank you for that answer, Chief Exec. I agree with you. I'm not about cuts, but I'm just very conscious of the narrative that's been used across the rest of, with members, for example, about the dire position we're in, when clearly we're not in such a dire position if we have some flexibility. And I have to say this because I am fed up of hearing negativity. As a county, we've done some fantastic work over a number of years. And I think every member around this chamber will acknowledge that. And also, we have a responsibility to those 610,000 residents. And that's at the front and centre of everything we do. So thank you, Chairman.
Okay, I'm going to move us on. I'm going to suggest to everybody that we aim to finish this section by 1 o'clock. And your reward will be a 5 or 10 minute break before we move into the next section. But it's likely we're going to go into the early afternoon. Just to give you a heads up on that. So it's currently about 12:30 or thereabouts. So this section will finish by hopefully 1. We'll have a break and then we'll go into the other areas we want to talk about, capital work programme and so on. So onto the next page. This is a simple one. 10k of savings, effectively income generation rather than savings. We can only charge apparently for the pre-app advice, sadly. What I would suggest to officers is that you might have a conversation with the districts who often complain about our service to them as part of the planning process and say, if you want an enhanced service, if you want an enhanced Rolls-Royce service where we, for instance, rock up to all the planning meetings so that the questions about highways don't get lost in the ether but get addressed, I think it would be worth, because I can think of some districts who wouldn't mind paying for an extra post or so to get a better service, because often the highway issues is the key issue. So just take that thought, throw that thought out there. So 10k of savings for pre-app advice. We'll move on to the next one, unless anyone's got anything they want to say about that. Pollution control reduction in budget. Where have I got here? I've got Karen here. Is it you? Reduction in...
Yes, pollution control, yes, DEFRA. So DEFRA are asking us now to carry out more extensive works around air quality management. I'm a little bit concerned when I read this, and I did ask the question of the chairman, how will this cut impact on our service delivery, please?
So this is
statutory responsibility.
This is a very specific area. This is pollution control around existing closed landfills. This refers to one specific landfill where we have been in discussion with a neighbouring business for many, many, many years around the sharing of costs. We have finally reached agreement this year around the sharing of costs associated with the monitoring of the gases from the existing landfill. So this is very specific, doesn't impact on any of the other monitoring activities that we do. It's around additional income, if you like, because they will be paying some of the costs that we were previously paying. That wasn't budgeted for in year because the agreement was only concluded this year, and so it will deliver a full year saving next year. I note the other point.
Thank you very much indeed. And offline, can I find out where that is, please? Thank you.
Yeah, County Hall. Yeah, I think the only observation we had is I was very much under the impression that we were just going to crack on with this. It seems as though there's more looking into the future, that we are talking months again. I think we'd identified at full council the cost of keeping County Hall vacant and running it. I think all of us here agree, just get on with it now. I think that's the one. We just need to get that place knocked down. I'm sure we can cut a ribbon when it's empty, but, you know, some clarity over when work will commence would be really, really good, because we can't use it on every budget saying we'll save a couple. Just do it.
Karen?
Rachel? Please be assured we are just cracking on. This is very much in line with the Cabinet report. In fact, we found some additional savings beyond that was originally covered in the Cabinet report. I think that was 400k. This is now talking about over 570k. In terms of the timeline, we can certainly share more about that outside of this meeting, maybe at the specific panel. We do have some constraints in the server room at County Hall that we are all very, very reliant on, won't be fully vacated and relocated until the end of this calendar year. However, we are gradually running down services so that we optimise how much we save in terms of running costs.
Can I just really quick... Now, I've only ever installed a home Wi-Fi, so I'm not a technical genius at all. I just unplug it, move it, plug it back in. But surely 12 months to move a server room is quite a prolonged period. Is that something we could look at speeding up?
We are looking at what we can do to accelerate that. I challenge that on a very regular basis, I have to say. It may be that we can slightly improve on it, but that's the current programme that we are working to. Hopefully we can improve on that. It is a bit more complex, you know, and we are all extremely reliant on it. You know, all of our services are reliant on that. So doing it properly, and we have had some independent assurance around that as well, and that's really important.
If I can just add, bear in mind, looking after IT at the moment, it is absolutely catastrophic if we get it wrong. And so the checks and balances that we need to do are significant. The previous authority I worked at, we did this before we moved our server room. There will come a day where we will load all of the servers into the back of a van, and you will pray that they arrive here and that they plug back in. And on that day, we'll have it all backed up and one thing and another, but it comes down to that. And it is absolutely nail-biting, because if it goes off the road or there's some problem, then it really is a massive, massive issue. And it's astonishing, which is why we are moving everything over time to the cloud. Because eventually we will then have to move the server rooms and various other things. But we're still in that position where it is still advantageous and cost advantageous for us to have a server room. Longer term, I suspect, as the cost of cloud computing comes down, it will be better, and we will end up probably without these real world problems, because as you say, it just takes so long. But it's not really the process. Really, you just go and unplug them and drive them across and plug them back in. But it is making sure that if for whatever reason that goes wrong, you've got everything still available instantly, and it can happen, and that's what takes the time.
Thank you for that. So where's the backup going to be in the intermediate? Because I do recall in about 2018 we had a fire in the server room, and that led to absolute chaos with our services for a short period of time.
It still would. It's called our business continuity plan, but we have full backup off-site. I think it's somewhere in Ireland, actually, because I think it goes up through the cloud. But what it doesn't do is give you instantaneous access, and that's the problem. So you tend to bring things back online in a priority order. So it'd be adults and children's, and then you go down, and that's otherwise you just pay astronomical costs to have everything instantly available. Which is why not only does it take 12 months to do the change, it is very, very expensive.
Anyone else on this point? We're going to move on. So Wildwood income, 275k, it says. Seb, it's you again, mate.
Is it? Right, yeah, it is. I think Karen alluded to some of the challenges earlier. I don't think there's anything more to add, but I think it's just that, you know, if we're going to get more people in or if we're going to continue to rent, what happens with staff? Are they going to come back to the office? Is there going to be a squabble over parking and just general space? But I think we sort of covered most of that. Yeah.
So will there be issues there? Squabbles about parking? No. Okay. Anyone got anything they wish to say about this point? No, I shall move on. Facilities management, restructure, partial brackets, property, completed, 80k. Who am I looking at here? Is it Seb again? Facilities management, restructure. It says Seb.
Yes, I'm happy to take this one as well. If it's completed, you know, I think all of us have noticed it's always positive to get people cross-skilled. You've indicated earlier that people are doing more and more. I certainly know when I've gone to reception, they've gone above and beyond. They're not just a receptionist, they've helped me with IT queries and everything. So actually, I think it's really job well done. I don't think there's any more to scrutinise on that.
Any questions on that one? Brilliant. I can all sense you want your lunch. Right, 7 card. Now this is Nat, I think.
Yeah, having said that, putting me last might not be the quickest way to get to lunch, but never mind. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not. Yes, Richard's after me. No, I'm just joking. So thanks, Tom. Just for wider context, and much has been said about why we might be where we are, to hammer home a point, many of the financial pressures around children and young people's services are to some extent beyond our control. We all know about why, and they're being experienced by a number of councils across the country. For example, we're still waiting for government to announce details of how we're supposed to manage the escalating high needs deficit, the SG debt, until they take over the funding in 2028. We're also still waiting for the Send White Paper. So my message to government is pull your finger out, please, and help us get on with this very difficult situation. Clearly, these factors make it difficult to address the problems we're in, particularly when we're working on to Ascend improvement plan. So firstly, we should be self-aware and ask ourselves what the priority is, cost avoidance and savings or service improvement, and can we realistically achieve both? It's quite a blunt question, but it's one that we need to be mindful of. Just take the opportunity to thank Adam and his team for working under such challenging financial circumstances to provide the best opportunities for children and young people in Worcestershire. It does make sense to me to have an initial focus on home-to-school transport. Let's say it's one of the lower-hanging fruits on our rather sick-looking money tree. And as I sit on the cross-party Children, Young People and Families Local Government Association Committee, I know that changes to homeschool transport are being lobbied for, as I'm one of the people lobbying government. So to move specifically to point R, my understanding is that the funding for this is the BSIP, so Bus Service Improvement Plan funding, which is the central government pot. So my initial question is, will these plans exhaust that BSIP budget, or is this moving funding planned for another use, i.e. improved public transport routes? And as a supplementary, can the buses used for the new home-to-school transport routes be utilised or kind of beefed up and put into general service between school pick-up and drop-up off times, which will lead to an improved service to residents living around those school areas? That's my first question. Thank you.
Yes, and the answer is Rachel?
So this is very much around use of the Bus Service Improvement Grant. We've got confirmation of that over the next 3 to 4 years. It absolutely won't exhaust that. It won't use all of it. One of the things that we want to do is to look at how we can make better use of the wider bus network and also demand responsive transport for home to school, how we make them all work in a bit more harmony. So I can't answer your point directly and say yes or no, but it's absolutely where we want to go with the use of the Bus Service Improvement Grant.
Yeah, thanks. I'm relieved to hear that. I think the two services seem to be operating a little bit like this at the moment. It's when it could be more dovetailed. Yeah. And certainly I know the service that sort of runs to Dyson Perrin School could be utilised by residents in that area outside those initial school and, you know, pick up and drop up times. Thank you.
Could you give us some clarity, Rachel, about the figures we're talking about here? So the bus improvement grant is what? How much? Give me a guesstimate. Steph might know. Sam. I'm interested to see what proportion of the overall grant, which is not really specifically for homeschool transport, is it? That's not really the spirit of which the government provided the funding, but nevertheless, if it works with the criteria, it makes sense to utilise it, sadly, but it does mean the opportunity cost that other services will not. 5.4 mil, and we're talking about £500,000 or thereabouts per annum. Yeah. So over did you describe a 3 or 4 year period? That's 2 mil out of the 5 mil. Am I getting my figures right? 5 year period. So it's 2.5 mil then.
It's 5 million a year.
5 million a year. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's 10% per year. So it's 10% of the overall budget is being hived over to support young people getting to school. Okay. And what is the opportunity cost of that? By definition, what will we not be doing, which you might have been doing, Rachel, otherwise?
The bus service improvement grant is new, so it is an opportunity for us to make use of that grant, especially to look at those areas where there are those synergies around demand responsive in particular.
So while we've got you then, since that's only 10% of the grant, there's 90% still available. How are you working to allocate that?
Some areas include demand responsive, working through the enhanced partnership that we have with all of the bus operators, looking at wider improvements. I would suggest quite a big topic probably for another time.
I'm sure the panel would be very interested in talking to you about this. Could just final question from me. Does that grant include this financial year?
It does.
Okay. So the 5 mil for this financial year, which we're 2/3 through ish, how much has been allocated?
Sorry, this is for next financial. financial.
So my question was,
we have got grant in this year.
25, 26.
Yeah.
My question to you is roughly how much of that grant has been allocated?
I don't know off the top of my head. I need to take it away.
The majority of it, Chair, but
the majority.
There is an element that we are expecting to carry forward into next year alongside.
I was wondering whether there might be.
You can carry it forward, but the majority of it, well, it's all
You can carry it all,
committed.
so you're not tied to a figure?
No, not at the moment, no.
So there's likely to be an underspend in that government grant this year? I'm trying to get some clarity.
We're fully committed to spend the money this year. However, if there is slippage, we are allowed to carry it forward into next financial year.
And I can't speak for the panel, but they may want to be talking to you about the allocation of that 5 mil for the next few years, because there are people here today who are passionate about getting people out of their cars. Sam, maybe one of them.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that opportunity. And I think the scrutiny panel would probably, I concur with you, this is a bigger topic. But I just want you to be aware that over the Christmas holiday, a number of parents contacted me on social media stating that they've been delivered a letter to state that their children will no longer be eligible to use the school buses, the buses that go to the schools that their children go to, even though those parents actually pay for those seats. They were given 2 weeks' notice just before Christmas, which is an absolute disgrace. And those are parents who go to work, so they've been put out. And I was away. I had no access to email, but my colleague delivered the message to the cabinet members. So I'm quite surprised to hear that there is some monies floating about when my residents have been at the raw end of the stick of this and given only 2 weeks' notice to arrange themselves just before Christmas. Thank you.
Rachel, I don't expect to get into that kind of granular detail just now, but could you respond to Sam about the specific issues impacting on her division? And I'm seeing other people nod that they've got similar experiences. Could you perhaps come back to Sam and copy us all in, because I think we'd all be interested in those circumstances, that how those circumstances prevailed to change the arrangement.
Thank you, Chair. Sam is indeed already getting responses, as to will anybody. This is a bigger discussion, but I'm happy to partake in that.
I've not got a response yet, Chair.
It specifically relates to vacant seats, and I know a number of people will have had experience of that in the past.
So the bottom line is that come the beginning of this term, the circumstances getting a child to school have changed for whatever reason, and the bottom line is that those parents have got to find another way of getting their kids to school. So could you copy us in? Sam says she hasn't had a response just yet, Carl. Could you chase that? And could you copy us in? And the panel may want to look at the criteria that's set out for homeschool transport provision in more general terms. It might be worthy of a review.
Yeah, just picking up what Sam said, can we also make sure that members are regularly informed? I found out on Facebook, somebody wrote to me and said, my child can't get to school in the new year. As local members, I don't believe that we're being included in local comms. I'm not after a specific, but that copy of the letter, I had no response, and it was then the festive period, and I can't necessarily ask. I do want to thank Carl for the work he did with Councillor Birch and myself on that, but I just think we let ourselves down on that one.
As a general plea, could we, in where we can possibly do so, put a little notice up saying, think once, think twice, think local member, whoever you may be. There was a time, Chair, Chief Exec, where I would walk around the pavilion in Econ Dev, for instance, and I'd know every person. They'd know me. I walk around here at Wildwood and they'll say, sorry, who are you? That relationship's gone. Because that relationship's gone, they don't necessarily think of Sam when they know jolly well there's going to be some upset parents. And if Sam was provided with the reasons why, she might be in a better place to respond. So think local member. Can we get that back in the culture again? We've lost it. We've lost it. Anything else on this point before we move on, Nat, to your next one? Which is the 7 card. Am I ahead of myself? Sorry, I'm on R. Yeah, review programme.
I got it. You're all right. And just to say, homeschool transport is on our forward plan as well as children's scrutiny. So we'll be looking at that. But I didn't know about those letters either. Didn't know about that decision. So looking at S then, obviously it's really important to continue to review services. And I've noted in the papers that the review mention is already underway. So who's carrying out the review? When are we going to have the results? How much is it costing? And have the costs been factored into the total savings? Thank you.
So the review is undertaken by the team, the transport team, homeschool transport team. We've managed to dedicate some resource to this and it's paying off. And the cost of that is taken into account in the savings. This is about going through every single contract. So the focus initially was around that transport that goes up to out of county settings. It's then moving on to looking at where we've got individuals travelling in single occupancy transport and where there's opportunity to use either minibuses or get greater occupancy per vehicle. It will then roll on to looking at transport to people referral units and other settings. So this is not reducing a service. It's not actually changing any of the conditions of service. It's about that ongoing, robust review of every single contract that we have.
Yeah, which is obviously really important. Thank you. Is it likely that any of the current contracts will be terminated early and incur any costs, for example, for those sort of single taxi driver companies, etc.?
I can't say for definite. That would need to be on a case-by-case basis. But it's mainly looking at opportunities as things come to an end and factoring that in. But I can't say that absolutely that won't be the case.
£4 million. It's a big part of what we're trying to do this morning. It doesn't strike me as terribly easy. No. And lots predicated on it. Right, we'll move on. We're nearly there.
Sorry, Chair, if I could just add one point. We have already delivered some of that. So we are seeing the benefit of that in the current financial year, which is why we are pretty confident in the number that's put forward. So, 2 million plus?
2 million, half of it. We've delivered half of it this year.
So we'll get the full year saving effect of that next year.
Right. Well, that's good. Very good. Right, final one this morning, Nat. Unavailable routes.
Not the final one, I'm reminded. No. So if I've read this correctly, we're encouraging children and young people to walk to school where possible. So surely we need to review the speed limit outside schools at the same time to improve safety and also implement school street initiatives. Carl, I know you and I have been looking at some of these. And following on from that, are we also going to be encouraging cycling to school, which as a volunteer bike bus rider, I know is an excellent option, but one that doesn't always feel safe. So I suppose my asks are we reviewing the road safety behind these plans? Areas such as Court Road in Malvern, that I know Carl's aware of, just to make sure that these are safe options for children and young people to get to school rather than being bused or driven in a car. Thanks.
I'll just add to that before you respond, if you would, Rachel. So in rural areas, it's a slightly different issue. Lack of lighting. The condition of some footways in rural areas. We would need to invest, I think, in highways, footway restructuring, I think. If we're going to, the ones I'm familiar with, where they are within 2 miles, but frankly it's too dangerous. And no one in their right mind would ask a child to walk along that route. We would have to invest in that route before we made it suitable for the 2 mile walk. And still strikes me as 2 miles each way a day, 4 miles every day for a 9-year-old child. Strikes me as quite ambitious. But the moment the reason these aren't available is basically the condition of the route. And I'm just arguing the point that if we're going to deliver this, then we've got to deliver some ring-fence funding to sort those routes out. So there'll be some capital investment into achieving that revenue saving. Or maybe I'm wrong.
So it could be that because of developer works in an area or other works that the County Council has done, that routes become available or potentially available because there's other engineering work that has taken place. Unavailable and available routes is a very specific term. So this isn't about changing any policy or anything like that. It's about just doing that rolling review of looking where there may be opportunities to make routes available through some minimal cost, because taking that point, if it's going to cost £500,000 or more to make a route available, and that only enables a few pupils to walk to school, then the business case doesn't stack up. So it's very much on a case-by-case basis. And no guarantee, I have to say.
Okay, I think we've made the point, but there are some people who want to speak. I've got Andrew and Seb. Andrew first, then Seb.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Nat. Sorry.
Yeah.
No. Carry on, Andrew. Nat will forgive me.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Nat. So, yes, school travel plans, I would urge, we have a lot of resources, we need volunteers, we need people to help us in terms of, looking at the last 500 metres or last kilometre. School travel plans focus on the last 500 metres, what the barriers are. There's one particular near Lippard Primary School in Warner Villages that I'd love to discuss as an option. So there's a stopped-up emergency gate, which hasn't had a stopping-up order, so it's in a kind of anomaly situation. We've also got numerous barriers, metal barriers that are contrary to LTN 120 and not accessible for many people. So particularly at Anchorage Green, there is a safety issue, lack of path and infrastructure, and there's a good reason why the word is carnage rather than bikenage or walknage. So there's an absolute scary situation pretty much every weekday at school pick-up and drop-off time. Certainly that's when some of the worst driving that one sees is, because parents under pressure, etc. But it's also where many of our most vulnerable people are. So I would love to be able to pick this up. Obviously, highways liaison officer are very helpful, but there's some kind of enabling work that needs to happen to solve this problem that's been going on for many years. So I'd love to pick that up in parallel or offline. Thank you.
No, mine was a final point about children's spending, so come to me last if you want.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to Natalie's point, when routes do become available, it is very specific in the wording that it is accompanied. I was just picking up on what you said about a 9-year-old. With regards to comments just made by Councillor Cross, I would just ask, have you logged any of this? Because we've not spoken.
Yes, it is logged.
Fab, thank you. I think it's more of a plea, because obviously this is a statutory distance, so I'm assuming that's set by government rather than for us. It is not. This is, to me, 3 miles in an urban environment, well lit, everything, that could be palatable. But in my division, where it is incredibly rural, just like yours, Chair, that is impossible to ask. I have a primary school in my division who the teachers haven't got a car park, so they park on the pavement. So that walk will be children walking in the road. Can we, or what activity are we doing to really flag this, I assume with the DFE or transport, and just saying, actually review that, because for rural counties like ours, 2 miles is completely different to 2 miles in Birmingham. And I don't always see that that's coming through. I think it's very much focused on an urban landscape rather than a really rural area that we are.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, thank you, Councillor James. I just want to make the point again that the proposed savings are not for all current unavailable routes. They have to meet criteria. So what I don't think anybody here wants is that people suddenly panic and think it's all going. There has to be sense applied. That was the main point. As far as any legislation change on that is concerned, I'll not answer. I'm not close enough to it.
Carl, as these routes are reviewed, rather than the letter that Sam's parents had, can we involve the local member, the local parish council, in considering that? Because it's the granular detail on the ground that can make a difference. A drop curb could make a world difference in certain circumstances. So that kind of detail would be best discussed with local members rather than the letter coming through the post saying, you've got to find another way of getting your child to school next term. It's a bit of a bombshell, that. Steph?
Rachel, sorry.
So Steph is waving at me, and I'm looking at you, and I'm getting the names wrong. Rachel.
They're two very different things. So that the letter that's recently gone to Councillor Amar is to do with vacant seats. We'll pick that up separately. In terms of routes moving from classified as unavailable to available, then absolutely local members should be involved. And there is also then a period of consultation as well. So it's not something where a decision is made overnight and people are informed. It's a process that should have that engagement, and then there absolutely would be consultation.
We're on to the final item before... Carl, I'm sorry. Carl, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just follow up. Local members, as far as I understand it, that should be SOP, so we will take that away, absolutely. As far as parishes are concerned, that isn't something that I would have as a part of the discussion. Local members absolutely go away and do as you see fit. I wouldn't be inviting any other council to partake in that conversation with elected members and officers.
Presumably that county councillor could, if they wished. So they rock up to a parish council meeting. I'm pretending I'm Seb for a moment. And Seb's heard that the route between this village and this village is no longer to be supported because it's deemed to be acceptable.
As I said, Chair, absolutely the local member goes away and have those conversations.
Yep,
I wouldn't invite them to the table.
Okay. So disappointing we can't go further than that, but I understand. Right, now the last thing before lunch.
How could you forget me, Chair? Just a couple of points going back to the question about the number of routes. I've gone back to the business case that's been drafted by the manager involved in this, and footpath improvements are already taking place and being delivered as part of the normal plan. So there's 2 routes that could be made available based on those footpath improvements, but obviously we would then look at any further under review. So there's no additional capital investment. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. 1 minute to 1 o'clock. Richard?
Just a quick question, if I may, Chair. It's something which actually is not covered in the report, but I want to know whether it's missing. It's about contracts which may have come to the end of their natural life and may or may not be renewed, and they're not listed here. The one which is specifically issue of concern for me is one for Seven Arts, which has come to the end of its period and should be renewed because it delivers a wonderful service, not only to this council, but for the community as a whole. Can I seek assurances about that, and whether there are any other contracts which have come to the end of their natural life and are not being renewed, potentially not being renewed, or have been renewed as a consequence of any budget savings which we haven't yet been reported about?
Anyone fancy a go at that? Mark, do you think about that?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It was only to say I'm not aware that that's the case, Councillor Oudall, but I'll certainly take that up and look at that. And I think, generally speaking, in terms of any contracts that are up for renewal that we might be reviewing, and I can think of other ones in health and social care, that we're not committing to the process of putting that on the table at the moment if there was any moves for that, because we're not assured that we're going to be delivering those sorts of changes to contracts and any potential savings around new contracts.
All I can say, Chair, is Seven Arts are getting quite agitated, I think is the terminology to use, about the potential loss of a contract. And we need to have some clarity about that pretty quickly, because I think it's vitally important to this council that it's renewed.
Could I ask officers, perhaps Mark, to write to Richard, getting the detail that he's looking for? Well done for lobbying for Seven Arts. It's 1 o'clock. That is the end of this session. Thank you for your attendance. There is a part B, it's a bit like the budget this year, because we're going to look at the capital programme and the proposed changes. If we're going to do the job properly, OSPB, it's going to take a bit longer than we are now, and we do require the officers to retain their position here too. But I'm going to give you 15 minutes off to get a bit of fresh air. Is that okay?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for coming back so quickly. This afternoon we're going to be looking at the capital programme, the variances to the capital programme that are listed in the Cabinet report. Thank you for this morning's contributions, everybody. I thought it was a very good session and we did the job properly. And so particularly thanks to those Cabinet members and senior officers who were able to respond to all the points made. I think I counted over 50 contributions this morning, which is very inclusive, so that's really good news. So without further ado, we're going to go into this afternoon's agenda, which is the point 2 on the Cabinet papers, the bottom of 2, figure A, reduced expenditure funded by borrowing total £1 million relating to the scheme entitled Improve Accessibility to SEND in Mainstream Schools, paragraph 150. Phil, would you like to explain this in language that I'll understand?
I'll just give members a quick overview, and it's in the report in terms of that, but members will recall Cabinet agreed a couple of months ago and it went through to full council and there was reductions in the capital programme that weren't agreed. We've listened with the members, so these should be non-controversial items. They total 27.7 million, and these are schemes that are funded by borrowing in terms of that. So what we're asking members to really agree those capital reductions in terms of that 27.7 million. The issue in terms of where we're going forward, so that 27 million will reduce our borrowing costs, but the contra side of that is obviously members are aware of our high needs deficit that's growing and growing. We're going to have to borrow for that in 26-27, so the savings we would make on the borrowing would impact on we have to borrow for high needs, so it's a net nil. And just to put it in context as well, if members agreed to reduce 27.7 million out of the capital programme, great. However, we're going to have to borrow a further 72 million to support the revenue budget. So it's a sensible strategy to reduce those programmes, but obviously we've got members of SLT here and they can go through the points, but I think none of them are controversial. I think the area that was of controversy was the members' allowances of 22. That's not proposed in this reduction, so there's stuff on Redditch Station, but we'll go through the areas in terms of that, so just go through that. It's in the report. So we're just going to go through the list, yeah.
Thank you, Joe. I was going to ask a question on that, but I don't know if you want to go first or.
Yeah, ask your question before we get into
my
this
question
then.
is, I don't understand what is meant in paragraph 150 and paragraph 151, where it says basically, and I'll read at the bottom, the existing plans for improved accessibility in schools, the outcome for improvement can be met within the reduced budget. Can I see a clarification what that actually means? Is that the full £1 million can be found within the existing budget, less than £1 million or none of it? Because I'm not crystal clear by the language which is being used, how much is actually going to be within the budget for this very important area of work for both A and B.
I suspect, Phil, looking at me, it could be a tag team response now. So the answer to your question, as succinctly as I can do it, is the £30 million that we had identified for SEND as a totality, we're proposing reduces, it's 28, that it reduces by. When Phil's put in the report that we can meet those requirements within the budget, he's referring to the £28 million, not the 1 million, hence the reduction.
I'm still a bit confused.
Okay.
Richard, when we set the budget in 25-26 in the capital programme, there was a 30 million identified for SEND when council agreed that, and obviously working with the team, with Adam, they can deliver the outcomes for 28 million, so we're reducing the 2 million on borrowing. We don't need it at this point, so we've removed this from the capital programme.
So the funding which was designed or developed for A and B is still going to happen, but within 28 million rather than...
Yeah, and we're not borrowing for it.
Okay, thank you.
Richard, thank you for the question. I think that helps all of us.
Just for clarification, so why did we put into the budget the 30 million if only 28 million were required, please?
that was an estimate at the time, Karen, in terms of when we did the budget.
Trying to get to the point.
So when the further work's gone through, feasibilities, they've worked through and they can deliver it for, so no impact on outcomes.
Thank you very much.
Just to add, Karen, so it's, as Phil's alluding to, it's the further work. So we've got more accurate with regard to what the actual needs are. And as a consequence of that, it was us who turned around to Phil as 151 and basically said, you can reduce that by 2, not by 3, not by 5, not by 10, by 2.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Well, it's nearly 10%.
Thank you. Is that still the case? I think I've heard the government say that well, there's a likelihood that we won't get the specialist SEND school now in Malvern as well, and that they've changed some of the criteria for some of the SEND provision that was in a building programme that will not now longer be in a government building programme. So will we still be okay with that amount in the budget, given that situation?
So the succinct response for the purpose of today is that a decision with regard to that does not need to be made until the 27th of February. In terms of the sufficiency report that will come to Cabinet in February, we can all have that discussion out loud. Essentially, literally just prior to Christmas, I had a briefing session with the DFE before that went public. The news headline is that loads of free schools have been cancelled. Our free school has not been cancelled. We've been given an option. The option is continuation of the build or to take, frankly, a significantly reduced amount of money, 5.7 mil, with a caveat of that needs to be invested in terms of promoting inclusion in that given area, i.e. Malvern, at pace. What I now say is my view, and it's just my preliminary view. £5.7 million doesn't sound like a great deal to me when you compare the cost of a new build. The DFE are being clear, it's our choice. What we're not clear about is the associated timescales. If Cabinet ultimately determine, no, let's go for a continuation of the new school build, we'll elaborate on that at Cabinet and we'll have a full and frank discussion. In terms of your question, does that impact on these monies, on the 28 mil? Not in the slightest.
So talking about the capital budget, can we just nail the issue about the highway divisional 22K that would have been capital is not now included as a saving and is therefore retained, and just get that on the record? Is that the case?
Right.
Whilst I'm talking about members' things, can I just ask a question which might be actually revenue rather than capital? The 10K divisional fund, there's no suggestion that's going to be removed as far as I can see. Is that correct?
No, that's funded by reserve. That's correct, unless members decide they want to remove it.
So I know it's revenue rather than capital. And then just finally, the 4K, circa 4K that members have for their divisions currently, is minor works or whatever it's called. Again, it's revenue rather than capital, but can we just have a clarification that's retained?
Correct.
Okay.
And just a fourth point, Chair, there was a match amount of small infrastructure funding in capital that was originally put forward. So you'd got the members' allowances, the 22,000, members' fund, highways fund, and then there was a match funding element that the county council put forward against that to particularly match fund things of a health and safety stroke improvement perspective. That was a recommendation in November to be reduced, reduced by half. That has been taken out as well. So not only is the 22,000 remaining, correct.
Yes, just a quickie. The £22,000 that we have allocated each year, can that be rolled up or not?
Yes, so it's subject to asking for it to be rolled. There's a process to say there's a certain number of years that you can take it forward, obviously, and it's in the tenure of that particular councillor. So obviously,
they've got 2 years and counting, because the chief exec reminded us this morning we're going to be abolished. Yeah. Carl, you wanted to say something, then you had a mouthful of something, so
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned earlier about be careful what you ask for in relation to non-discretionary expenditure. And again, you commented there about how up until that meeting on the 9th, there wasn't an awareness of certain funds. And yet, members of this council have decried the removal of said funds, which has added it back straight onto that tally. I want to make that really, really clear that there were funds members did not know about that are now viewed as critical to individual member expenditure.
Carl, you made your point very well. My understanding is that the administration did have conversations with groups before Christmas, and my understanding is that these areas were raised as things that were important. Frankly, I don't quite know how councillors can measure how important their divisional fund is versus something they know nothing about, which is about to be cut. So it's inevitable that councillors tend to focus on things they know about. What we don't know about is, adult services. I don't know much about adult services. Not the day-to-day issues, unless they're raised as a sort of constituency issue for me personally. But yes, absolutely. I think that's where that came from, those cross-group discussions. Right, we're going to move on to the second point, and we're going to go through these and hopefully get to I quite soon. So B is the reduction in expenditure by borrowing £1 million relating to the scheme entitled Post-16 Additional Specialist Provision, paragraph 151. We're taking £1 million off that.
It's the same. It's the 2 million I was referring to as a totality.
Reduce the expenditure funded by borrowing total £1 million relating to the scheme entitled Social Care Projects. Yeah, Steph, thank you.
I'll answer that one if you want to. Adam, I'm happy for you to if you wish, but I'll go ahead.
Well, do it, the pair of you. Let's have a double act.
Let's have a double act. Okay, well, it relates to children. Go. It relates to children's services. Provision set aside to do a number of things, including improvements to sites that we are no longer occupying. So having reviewed the whole programme, there's about 1.4 million in there. There's no projects associated with it now. No need to invest in it. As I say, it was for children's social care projects. Based on the priorities that the council's got in other areas of children's services, the director and his team have identified this is spare capacity that is no longer a priority, not going to be invested, not needed. So it's fairly simple to offer it up as there's no spend associated with it any longer.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just seeking clarity. So can we confirm that any grants that people are eligible for, so I have a charity that has for my divisional fund, and they are really worried because they saw the headlines of send funding and things cut. They sent emails about their grant that they have. They've heard nothing. Can we guarantee that this 1 million saved, is that from internal costs, and that's not money that charities are able to apply for? I'm just really aware that we've got a lot of people saying they've not heard anything, they don't know about their future. We're obviously in an unstable position at the moment in terms of where we're going. So what's happening there looking forward at the budget for grants and pools?
So this is literally against forecasted borrowing. That's what we're talking about here. So all we're saying is that, so to use the last two as direct examples, instead of borrowing 30 mil in order to achieve what it is that we need to achieve from a SEND educational perspective, we now, having a greater understanding, having well undertaken that work before the forecasted starting point, we're now saying we can do that for 28. That's it. It doesn't impact upon charities. It doesn't impact upon any other monies. And then I suppose, although you didn't directly ask this, as an additionality, if there are grant funds that we become aware of that we can apply for, trust me, we do. We absolutely do. It doesn't necessarily mean we're always successful. We're not. But if there are available monies, given our financial situation, then we will make the application.
If I could just come back really quickly, just maybe a suggestion. I'm not in administration, but if I were, this about comms around this and the perception of grants potentially not going forward after a budget is really worrying people, and it's especially worrying my residents. Are we able to do a bit of comms to say, these savings that you're reading about, they're not going to affect business as usual as such. We've just become a bit more efficient. Because I think that's the anxiety is causing a lot more worry than I think is necessary. And, you know, they're not always watching these meetings, although they should, but they don't, you know.
I agree. It's complicated. And I say it's complicated because of the cohort that we're referring to and because of the multi-agency involvement that underpins all of that. Suffice to say that the associated comms strategy, which frankly is the bane of my life, but I won't let it go, is continually being looked at and being enhanced because of people's perceptions, not just with regard to that, but with regard to all other things send as well.
Okay, we're going to move us on. So that we're on to D, I think. This is quite an interesting one. £12 million borrowing from the Redditch railway station budget and replace it with a £1 million scheme funded by 26-27. Oh, Rogers, hang on a minute. I promised my vice chairman. Before we get on to that point, Rog, going back to the last point.
No, I want.
Oh, you want to talk about this point? Okay, let me. I'll come to you straight away. So, £12 million coming out of the capital programme. Roger.
Yes, it's disappointing, but under the financial circumstances, I can see the reason why. Perhaps the portfolio holder can actually tell us what the 1 million is going to be done to the station, what sort of improvements.
Sorry, yeah. So I will be honest, I can't recall all of the detail now, but the £1 million will be put towards carrying on the improvements to the town centre down to the station itself, improving access to the car park, frontages, and ensuring that there is somewhere for the bins to go that is not in contradiction to the parking.
Carl, I'm sure you have. Have you considered other funding opportunities to do this? National funding, I mean, if Morven can get £20 million to upgrade its theatre, Redditch can get something to upgrade its railway station, I'd have thought. Have people been pursuing these?
It says in the papers that the local transport grant could be looked at for this.
So local transport grant for the £1 million is definitely an option. It meets a number of the conditions of that around improving accessibility, access to all of those things. In terms of that public realm piece of work, if you're talking about funding for the wider station, there are no specific pots of funding other than local transport grant that we could use for that at this point in time.
Thank you. So my question's the next one, actually, because if the local transport grant can be applied for Redditch, why can it not be applied for the overall access for Rushwick, Droitwich, Bromsgrove, Pershore and Alfchurch, please?
Very good question. So the money that was set aside around for improving access was very much to work up schemes that were potentially possible for Alfchurch, for example. It wasn't necessarily to deliver all of those improvements within that fund. It was anticipated that additional funding would be required. Improving access to rail is something that the local transport grant could be used for. That's a piece of work that we need to do over coming months to identify where we intend to use local transport grant funding over the coming years. So absolutely, that could be put in the mix of opportunities for use of that fund.
Thank you very much. We've not pre-organised this conversation, I have to say. I would really welcome that, particularly with Bromsgrove being such a fantastic station and almost is the interchange for public transport. It seems to me really questionable why we're not investing in terms of the access. So if I can, I shall remind you of this later. Thank you.
May I make the same plea for Rushwick, please? Thank you.
Someone wanted to reopen Eckinson and Breedon, I'm sure. I know you like an old, yes. Well, we have seen the upgrades in our rail infrastructure in recent years, have we not? Morven Link was transformed. Foregate Street's a lot better than it used to be. Shrub Hill, yeah. And of course, now that reminds me, Worcestershire Parkway. A success beyond anyone's imagination. And there was a time, you won't believe this, but it's true, there was a time when I was the cabinet member for environment. And I remember the meetings with the local MPs and with GWR and the other providers. This is 20 years ago. And we got as far as a feasibility study. And we'd looked at how it competes with the M5 corridor, for instance, and the impact on junctions 7 and 8, I think. And we never, sort of keep pushing, but it didn't fall on my... So when it was opened, it was nothing to do with me. This is and sadly, some of us are learning this only too well recently. But my question is about parking. What can we do about the parking? Because we haven't got it, there's just not sufficient capacity. It's more popular than everyone ever imagined. And when the high-speed trains begin to stop there, hopefully they will soon, it'll be even more. Is there anything we can do about the parking?
So we have worked with the train operator to make some small improvements by releasing some of the parking that was categorised for other purposes. We have done some work to look at feasibility of wider parking options, so decking, multi-storey car park, a number of other options. All of them cost quite a bit of money, and okay, there is some return, but they cost quite a bit of money to do in the first place. So we're at that point where we've got a number of different options. We also need to be mindful of the new town and future developments in that area. So we are in wider discussion with government departments about other land opportunities that could come up as part of that wider development.
Just to put a bit of context in terms of that, obviously when we did the Parkway, we were in a different financial position. So I've just put a bit of context. So we're supporting the revenue budget by the 33.6 and the proposed 72. So we're borrowing 100 million for revenue over the next 2 years, and there will be more. We can't afford to do things like this anymore. So unfortunately, it's and the return that Rachel's just outlined, the return we would get on the income is not worth and the changes to business rates as well. We don't grow, they're fixed now for the next 3 years. So that's where we are.
Yeah, thank you. This is why it's so important that highways take part in the planning hearings at all of these city, borough and district councils, because I'm sure you'd get Section 106 money from the new town that's going to be originating from that site. And I think that's going to be one of the first asks, isn't it, to upgrade that Parkway station. So, yeah, and a school. And several schools. I think it's about 6 primary, 2 senior and 160 place special educational needs. I can give you the list, it's ingrained in my brain because the number's comparable with Bromsgrove. Thank you.
Adrian?
Yeah, just very quickly. I mean, I do think it's a pity that our Director of Finance, sorry, you're not that, but anyway, is kicking this, down the road, because I do believe that you can make progress on this, because what must happen is, and fairly similar to the Bromsgrove deal, is access to the fare box, because this must be of great interest to the train operators, Network Rail, etc., that we expand this facility. Waiting till the new town to build, well, I mean, clearly I'll be dead, Tom will still be chairing OSPB, but, I mean, let's try and get, my criticism, again, would be the flash to bang is too long. You have a success. Let's build on it.
I mean, I'd just add that the rail operators are losing custom, because I had someone in my patch the other day, couldn't find a car parking spot, missed the train and drove instead. Yeah. So they're losing customers. They must know that. So maybe they can put their hands in their pockets too. Is it worth pursuing that, ladies and gents? Can we think about how we engage with the operators, because they must be losing demand? Richard.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think it's maybe something which we can help with scrutiny, and maybe have a scrutiny study into the whole of the Parkway issue there, because an issue of concern for me, and it's been a consistent issue since it's opened, is the lack of ability we can use it as rail park and ride into Worcester, and that simply is not possible, even though it's the most obvious thing there is when you look at the site and the location. And I think that's worthy of further consideration and investigation by us as scrutiny, which can help the executive in the way forward, because that would also generate considerable revenue, not only for the users, but for ourselves as a council.
I think you're putting it down as a potential task and finish, and I would add into that the safety and sense of security of women, particularly at night, using that station, because it feels a little bit remote. There's not great lighting, there's not great passenger provision there. It's, this time of the year, it's pretty stark standing on that platform. I've had people saying to me, women saying to me particularly, they feel quite vulnerable.
Well, there's a potential for even revenue to be gained from retail on that site, so it's...
Well, there's a little cabin thing in the morning, isn't there? I'll get my cup of tea from. Let's put that down on our long list for further consideration. So post-implementation, it's a victim of its own success largely. Carl.
Thank you, Chair. I feel it prudent just to mention it is incredibly early days, but I want to give some reassurance to the members. Through my position with West Midlands Rail Executive and Midlands Connect as it exists today, we are absolutely championing Worcestershire, and part of what Herefordshire need will come from investment across Worcestershire. We are important to the combined authority and their transport hub. What we are also proactively doing, and again, it is very early days, but we're looking to re-establish, and I've had some early positive indicators, we are going to re-establish the Shire's Transport Board.
We're going to move on. So I'm now looking at reduced expenditure funded by borrowing £1 million in relation to rail station upgrades. So, yeah. And then the removal of expenditure for 1.5 mil relating to Shrub Hill frontage. That has, so the removal of the expenditure funded by borrowing for 1.5 relating to Shrub Hill frontage. Am I getting my head around that right? So while we were taking that out, we're taking that out. Okay. So, unless anyone's got anything to say about that, we're going to move on to G. Reduce expenditure funded by borrowing 0.1 mil relating to the rail investment strategy. 100k. Anyone got anything that they want to say about that? Change the funding for the scheme entitled Hampton Bridge in Evesham from 6 mil of borrowing to 6 mil from the local transport grant from the DFT. Rachel.
So Hampton Bridge last was covered by Cabinet in October 2024, where the full funding envelope was agreed that included a portion of county council funding. We have progressed with the scheme since then. Unfortunately, we had a contractor pull out at quite short notice regarding the construction of the bridge. We now have a firm target price from a contractor, and they are ready to go. We have developer funding that was secured many, many years ago through Section 106 agreement. The Section 106 agreement is around providing connectivity based on new developments and Evesham Town Centre and the like, and the bridge being an important factor in providing that connectivity. So that developer funding was actually secured in advance. So we had 3.7, nearly £4 million worth of developer funding. If we were to not go ahead with the scheme, and I know there's been quite a lot of questions about that, then we would need to either pay that money back or find another way of working with the developer to ensure that connectivity. But the reality is it's likely we would have to pay that money back. That combined with the money we've already spent, we were looking at, well, what are the other ways we could ensure delivery of this piece of infrastructure? And the local transport grant is an opportunity to do that. So the local transport grant is very much focused around inclusivity and accessibility, and so provision of cycling and walking infrastructure that provides connectivity does address and meet the conditions of that grant. That would therefore reduce the borrowing.
Questions? Karen.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Rachel. Have we got this local transport grant funding then, or have we got to apply for it? And if we have, how much is it in its totality, please?
I've got the numbers.
I could refer to my spreadsheet, but Steph's
yeah,
got it open.
I guess that was coming, so I've opened the spreadsheet.
So we've had some local transport grant in year, about 10, 11 million in year. Most of that has been used on existing things within the capital programme. We've then got about 60-something million over the next 4 years.
Yeah, the money from HS2
originally
that was dissolved and pushed
viewed
back.
that it would be a much bigger number, and then the elections happened, and so forth and so forth. So it's still a sizable amount. It's emerging what we will have to do to meet all of the conditions of that, but we know it's very much around local transport needs. It's around walking, cycling, accessibility, inclusivity. We can't use it for hard rail infrastructure like rail lines, but you can use it around access
Well,
to
can
stations.
I please put a plea in then? Because Worcester has had a lot of bridges over the years that I've been on this council. And I am struggling to get access to the station, as are the rest of the list here, Rushwick, Droitwich, Pershore and Alfchurch, in addition to Bromsgrove. Can we not prioritise that accessibility? Because we don't have any trains, as Councillor Hardman said, we've got no trains going southbound at the moment to Cheltenham. I've got to go into Birmingham to come out on the other line to go whizzing through Bromsgrove again. Surely it would make more sense in terms of connectivity and carbon footprint, if you want to go down that line, to actually have a more direct route. So please, can we look at this local transport grant for just improving the accessibility at what we've already invested in? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor May. Absolutely, and that is why I kicked off the local transport plan review with this in mind, as well as improved rail availability, which is coming through the rail forums that we're setting up.
Okay, so Adrian.
Well, an awful lot of our future seems to depend on the local transport grant. I think it'd be very helpful if members had some idea of what the conditions of it were. I've also just been slightly surprised by Councillor Perks's last comment, which was he kicked off a local transport review. I don't seem to remember that's passed us by in any shape or form, because obviously I haven't had the chance to criticise Hampton Bridge. You know, it was a perfectly reasonable scheme and the developers were paying 50% of it. Now the developers will be paying under 20% of it, which is my guess. I could be wrong. Have we resolved the land issues? As you know, I have a question down for the next full council on this matter. You know, when my electors, of course, are cut in half with access to their county town for, on average, now 30 days a year.
Carl, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Chair. I would, actually, and I will quite enjoy the question in council. I will enjoy adding to it. Or I can provide some of the answer myself. Alas, the transport plan, albeit it was 3 years overdue, will be due ready early part of next year for review by Cabinet and residents.
Can I just pick up more generally in the spirit of what we were trying to talk about this morning about collegiate working, that when we refer to reviews, whether it's transport plan reviews, speed limit reviews just been completed, hasn't it, and many other things, in the spirit of accepting as a minority administration, that we might be more inclusive in those reviews, something we might want to consider in the future because of the special circumstances surrounding this council. Carl?
I think it needs to be appreciated that the review by officers to do the local transport plan will take 12 months. At that point, there will be a review.
I'm hoping you'll take on the more general point about being inclusive in the review process. Sometimes it's a technical review just involving officers. Sometimes it's not that. Sometimes it's something that would involve the membership of the administration. And I'm just making the point that in order to achieve what everyone was talking about this morning, and the special circumstances that Worcestershire find itself in, that you might want to consider how appropriate it might be to involve people from other groups as well. I just throw that out there. Justin, I think, might want to respond.
Yeah, I think just to say, I think we've already shown, in recent weeks and months, that we're more than willing to do that. And actually, we talked earlier today about some of those changes that have been made to the budget as a result of that process. So I think, some credit will be given that actually we are, showing that we're more than willing to do that.
I think just to tag on to what Councillor Bowen's just said, I've evidenced throughout my tenure to date, I'll work with anybody that's willing to be constructive and work back. Where we're at odds, that will invariably be less so.
Right, the final one is an interesting one, isn't it? Because I always find how we capitalise some of the road maintenance work and then revenue the rest of it as fascinating when we're dealing with the same bit of road but we're using capital rather than revenue. So maybe someone can explain to me how we managed to do that and what the implications are of borrowing 2.5 for structural carriage works, with 1 million of this being funded by the increase in DFT highway maintenance funding. And so talk to me about capital funding for roads and what this means.
So we capitalised the majority of the highways maintenance spend where we're looking to improve the asset. So we're looking to lengthen the life of an asset considerably. So through the surface dressing programme, through preventative maintenance activities, where that actually does improve the length, the life of the asset. Every year we get some funds from the DFT, specifically for highways maintenance, and that is capital funding. And over recent years, quite a number of years, the County Council has also put in additional money to continue to improve the condition of our highways. When this previously came to Cabinet and then on to Council, we were looking to reduce the borrowing and the spend by 2.5 million. But we did put a note that would be reviewed once we were clear about future DFT allocations. We've now had the allocation for future years, and if we look at the DFT allocation for 26-27, it's £1 million more than current year, which is why we've referenced that in this particular paragraph. So although the borrowing will reduce by 2.5 million, the actual spend on the highway will only reduce by 1.5.
Okay. But we also use revenue, do we not, to maintain our roads? And I was interested in how you can, not you personally, Rachel, but how nationally we can reconcile the fact that we've got some revenue going into that road and we've got some capital going into that road. And it's a bit confusing for people like me.
So it's probably easier if somebody like me, just like you, says the same. I find that confusing as well, and I think, to be fair, it is a fine line that you have to dance along. From my understanding, you spend capital on an asset, you spend revenue on maintenance. So if if the asset is going to be there and improve for a significant period, you can spend capital. If you're doing things like surface dressing, which is probably just maintenance, like painting your house effectively, is maintenance of it, you would use revenue. And so that's why we have both.
So potholes, so potholes maintenance revenue. Safety defects, surface dressing is part of our ongoing capital programme because it elongates the life of the asset. So it's preventative maintenance.
As Paul says, it's a thin line.
It is a thin line.
Resurfacing, in this kind of village, you see a bit of patching. Now, is that revenue or is that capital? Is it protecting the asset? It's clear.
I'll just give members...
The current situation is in our interest, actually, to pursue.
I'll just give members some assurance our accounts were audited on the 17th of November. We're very clear and very transparent around what is capital, what is revenue. It is a fine line around that, and we're making sure we're safe. So there's no pressure, but obviously this is one of the areas where we're looking at the capital budget that we have to be careful, and that's why we can only do what we can do. So if you've got capital, you've got to spend it on enhancing the asset, making sure the asset's... it's not just maintenance, as Rachel's outlined in terms of that. So there's no way we would use because it's very easy to use capital for revenue expenditure, which you can't do.
Thank you very much. So what aspect of the highways are we cutting by 1.5 million, please?
So,
well, I was wondering if it was the gritting.
So it is the work on the condition of the highway. So it will reduce the amount of money that we spend on improving the condition of the highway for 1 year. We won't do as much. So it won't impact on safety defects or anything like that, because most of that's covered by revenue, actually, safety defects. It's that proactive work. Our
surface
maintenance
dressing
programme.
It's the surface dressing.
We probably
in part.
We won't reduce the surface dressing programme, but it will be other preventative maintenance activity that we do every year to improve the condition and prolong the life of the asset. We will be doing less work.
But won't that have a long-term impact in our costs, and you'll see an increase in costs at the other end?
Ultimately, if we continue for many years like it, 1 year, it will take a few years to recover from reducing spend.
If you look at what's happened in Herefordshire, where they've got a different priority, you get free buses, which is great, but you don't necessarily get the same level of investment. You can't have everything. And it takes a few years for this policy to be seen, and then it's a bit of a problem. It's more than a bit of a problem. So we did a task and finish on this years ago, and the outcome of that was a stitch in time saves 9, which is why we ended up with the surface dressing programme, which is one of the best in the UK. In fact, I've heard us mentioned on Radio 4 the other day as one of the 3 councils in the UK where we are actually, ahead of the game, as it were, in terms of prevention. It was an RSC report, and they mentioned Worcestershire. I thought, that was good.
Positively or negatively?
Positively.
Could I just say, Chair, but let's not fool ourselves. We're not spending enough on the roads now. So we're not going from everything's perfect and we can do everything to we're not quite there yet, and we're going to be slightly further away from where we need to be. So we are reducing down, but Rachel's team certainly doesn't have the money they would want to make sure all of our roads are maintained and proactively maintained as we want them. we're pretty good on our A roads, but when you start, and you'll see this in the more rural aspects, you will see that the C roads are significantly deteriorating. That's because we are having to prioritise, and we'll have to do more of that, and it'll be to the tune of £1 million.
Can I just ask a quick question? Have we already started this?
Thank you. I think it's quite helpful to put a quantum around this. The government, as Rachel quite rightly says, gives us an annual grant, capital grant, and the government's capital grant for next year is 30.6 million. The County Council has previously topped up that grant, and the currently approved top-up to that grant is 14 million. So in totality, we would be, depending on decision for full council, spending 44.5 million, compared with the request to reduce it to 43 million. So I think it's important for you to know the quantum. We're not talking about 10 million, 15 million. We're talking quite a sizable chunk of money. And then the government are increasing that in 27-28 by a further 5 million. So the government is putting more in each year. So it grows by 5 million in 27-28, and then it grows again in 28-29 by just under 3 million, and then it grows again by 5. So the quantum is quite a big number. That's kind of what I wanted to give you.
The question, and thanks for that, Steph. The question I would ask is, what increasing costs have we seen in this highways provision of maintenance? Well, because if you look at the cost of an increase in the price of a bridge, and I know we talk a lot about bridges here, that's been horrendous. So if the same's been transferred across to our road maintainers, we are doing far smaller stretches for a far greater amount of money. Yeah. So whilst I appreciate that, but I think every pothole, but I mean, Councillor Udall laughs about it, but I have noticed a deterioration on the B roads in Bromsgrove in particular. We've got potholes where we never had them before.
So what happens is when you see the road condition surveys, you find A's go up maybe, and B's go down, and unclassifieds go down a lot, but C's go up. What you can't do is keep them all going up at the same time. So you allocate resources, and you see one outcome, which is good. So you've got good A roads, but your unclassifieds are a disaster. So it's robbing Peter to pay Paul all the time is how I would call it. The point I wanted to make, and maybe members may want to echo this, is that we talked about the liaison officers earlier today. I think our experience, I think I can say our experience, is sometimes we're surprised to discover footways being resurfaced or road surfaces being resurfaced, which we felt as local members didn't actually need that. Our local knowledge is so important in terms of getting value for money that the 22k is great, but that's a pinprick compared with the overall budget we've just been talking about. And we like the 22k because we can influence how it's allocated, and we are best placed to help in that process because we constantly get emails and conversations from residents about, what about my footway? And I've spent hours and years standing outside people's houses looking at footways saying, it isn't very good, is it? So could we, and I'm looking actually to Carl here as much as anybody, could we think about how we engage local members even more than we are, so that the work programme that our officers establish through their surveying work resonates with actually what the county councillor thinks should be done? Because I constantly would say, Tanya, why on earth have we done that? It didn't need, no one walked it. It wasn't in great nick, but no one walked it. So why did we do it? Oh, because this inspection regime showed it was, but no one uses it. So can we factor in its use as well as its condition in terms of allocating the resource? So can we have a little think about how we might involve members even more, especially with the budget's been cut a bit? Can we think about that? Right, Richard. And then Adrian.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to raise this issue later, but I think under the circumstances, I'll raise it now. It's opportunities for revenue generation from highways as well, income which we can actually gain. I'm aware that I've helped write budget proposals for the last 4 years on behalf of the old Unity group, and one of them, which we kept on putting in, was constantly rejected, was the opportunity to have on-street parking charges, which I think could generate a considerable amount of revenue. We have it in a small part of Worcester in 7th Street, and it's particularly successful and supported by local residents. So this is an opportunity in high profile, high turnover areas of parking, like Forgett Street, the Tithing, the outside of theatres in Malvern, for having, to have on-street car parking charges which generate revenue, which can actually support the highway maintenance budget. Also, the provision of on-street car parking charging machines for electric vehicles, which again would generate revenue for us as a local authority, is something which we don't seem to be willing to consider, but I think could actually generate a significant amount of income, which could help support us in our highways budget and maintenance and repair.
Oh, can you have a little think about that?
I can give you a response.
Please.
The long and the short of it, Richard, is you're absolutely right. However, that comes with a but.
I've got a big but.
There's a line. I've lost it now. The time that it would take to implement the infrastructure and build that ROI, given our financial position now, it isn't justifiable. You're 100% right, and perhaps in 2 years and 4 months, we can reconsider. For now, this year, this budget, the ROI isn't there to justify it.
We have looked at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Adrian, did you have something?
I mean, I thought Steph produced a bit of context, which was very helpful, because in effect, this is a 2% reduction in roads maintenance is what we're advocating, which I don't think is going to make a great difference. Because, I mean, the absolute key thing, and I suspect Carl is sort of on this, is if you look at one of our neighbours who took a very hard line on roads maintenance, they are now having to invest I think it's 210 million into their A's and B's roads because they completely lost control of the network. But of course, what they are doing, which links up with Richard's point, of course, is they have introduced a lot of road charging, which they get an income of now of over £6 million a year. So they can afford the capital expenditure.
I'll a quick one.
Yeah, I'm not going to say too much. I'll leave that to Rachel, just so I don't drop myself in it. We are absolutely looking at revenue mechanisms across highways.
I would say to you all, thank you. We're not going to take any more questions. An awful lot of people have said an awful lot of things today, so thank you all. I hope you feel that whilst it's been quite a long meeting, we have at least done the subject justice. And I think that Cabinet and Council will be better informed as a consequence. So thank you one and all for attending. I'm going to ask the board members to stay just a moment longer, but I'm going to say to the witnesses today, please get on with your day jobs. And thank you for your attendance. But the only reason I'm going to ask board members to stay just a moment, just so we're clear about the outcomes of this meeting and what we would want to say to Cabinet and Council. Okay, so I'm just going to go down the revenue list we did this morning, just remind ourselves about the things that we said which we would like to add into any response to OSPB, from OSPB to Cabinet next week. So I'm going to go down that list. Some of the things there were nothing to add. So thank you, everybody. So no, we can send it to them. Will they go in now? I can't ask them to sit down again. There's nothing to be said behind their backs. I'm going down this list at 3 now. 3A, consolidation of adult replacement care provision. Was there anything we'd want to say and associate with that? I didn't get anything. B, car parking charges. I did pick up a couple of points here about displaced car parking and the potential for road traffic orders to deal with that and the timescales that involves. And also the contradiction between that and the health the contradiction between car parking charges for countryside services and the commitment we have to prevention in terms of health and well-being. So if officers could put something together to pick up that point, I'd be grateful. Karen, does that do that point for you?
Yeah. That does fully, yes, thank you.
Rejection of high business rates, anything anyone wants to say about that? Deletion of vacant posts, a number of them, anything anyone wants to say about that? Pension contributions, I think we're fine. One-off reduction in spending in monitoring evaluation within E and I. Anything on that? There were some concerns expressed.
Yeah, about the risk of bringing in consultants as a consequence of reducing workforce and
so
capacity.
Can we capture that point? Highway reorganisation. I still think the panel would benefit from a little bit more detail there. I didn't really understand what it actually meant in plain English. So we're not opposing it, but we would suggest possibly the panel might want to add it as an agenda item at some point. Staffing reductions in economy, what did we say about that?
Yeah, I think we need to be looking at the bigger picture, working in collaboration with our district, city and borough councils, and the future of where the economy sits with our GR.
Okay, we've got that.
Or no.
Reduction in the use of consultants with E&I, I think that's a good thing. They messed up how they described it. But
it is, providing it's not in one door and out the other, or out the other and in one door.
They did actually say it's very difficult to recruit and retain. Increase in highways development management funding of about 10k because they can charge for pre-app advice, which is fine. Pollution control reduction in budget. County Hall decommissioning. Additional income generation from tenancy at Wildwood, anything there?
Parking.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, can we just go back to the highway development? Sorry, can we go back to the consultants on K? I did make the point that they might want to talk to the district councils or planning authorities to see if they're prepared to invest in more. Can we just carry that point forward? County Hall decommissioning, income generation from tenancy at Wildwood, anything? Facilities management, restructure. Now the 7 card.
Yeah, confirmation
income.
from the 7 Arts about their funding as well. I think that was a question.
Yeah, I think Richard's quite keen to get a bottom to that. Can we get some clarification on where we are with 7 Arts? 7 card income. The review. And then the unavailable routes.
Yeah,
I think we made the point about the unavailable routes. I mean, if they're going to become available, it's normally the case that they have to upgrade them. And there's a revenue consequence to that. So you're going to spend 100k on upgrading a footway to achieve a saving of 5k. You're going to need a fair bit of time to repay that investment. So can we just put in the consequences of that may have an unintended consequence in highway maintenance?
Can I just ask a question here? I'd like clarification of how much this road surfacing and road maintenance is actually costing now. Because all the costs are rising and we're told, OK, we're getting X amount, and it's, Councillor Hardman said, what was it, a 2% cut in the budget. But in real terms, it's worse than that because we're doing less with the monies we have. And I think we all need a level of understanding of how much 100 metres of a pavement costs vis-a-vis 100 metres of a road to resurface. I think we need the actual figures.
And where are we with the review of the current highway contracts well?
Particularly in view of the £17 million increase in the contracts.
Indeed, I think that's a good point. The final point I would make in terms of the response to the capital budget is the point I was making about involving local members more in prioritising footways and road resurfacing. Can we really push on that one?
In comms and letters and things like that, I don't feel reassured that we are going to be told when parents are told their kids won't be transported to school. And that really, I didn't come away from that with reassurance.